Bricks and Minifigs is your one-stop shop for all things LEGO. Hit the link below to find a store near you.
Hi, I'm Elliot Lyons, and I built the 501st clone base here. I've been collecting the clones for about 3 years, and that's where it really started. As the clone army got bigger and bigger, I wanted to create a display to put the army out. And then the display ideas kept getting bigger and bigger with the whole base around it, and so I started to build the base about six months ago. And as I finished the vehicles, it was actually supposed to be 2/3 the size of this, but the vehicles ended up being so big that I had to expand the layout in order to fit everything, which was great in the end, but took a lot of extra work.
This is fantastic. Do you know how many minifigs are on the whole build?
Yeah, so there's 324 clones, and I think 340 minifigs total with the Jedi, and I put the signature figs of a couple friends who helped me up there in clone armor, just to give them a little shout out. But yeah, 324 clones.
Fantastic, and maybe take us through some of the various types you have represented here.
Yeah, definitely. So here we have a platoon of jetpack troopers, followed by the heavy troopers behind, and some ATRTs as well. And then in the front of each section, there's some of the different named characters, ARC troopers, and commandos. And so I tried to set it into 4 platoons to create kind of a company. And I wanted to represent all the different types of troopers and armor and everything that they had going on. So this was the jetpack guys. As we move into the middle, we have some of the regular troopers, regular 501st troopers, followed behind with Rangers and airborne troopers. So the airborne troopers here are the 501st, and then we have some 5th Fleet airborne troopers over there. And in front we have Rex and most of the named characters from the 501st, Fives, Echo, Dogma, Tup, Hard Case, Jesse. I mean, everybody that I could think of, I tried to get a fig to represent. And then the Bark Speeders in the back there, and then the ATTE, which was a lot bigger to create minifigure scale than I imagined, but I thought came out pretty cool in the end. Up top here at the balcony, I tried to represent some of the other clones, like the 212th and Cody on the left, and then on the right we have the Wolf Pack with Commander Wolf and Plo Koon, and just some of the other characters that I really love from the Clone Wars, kind of overlooking the whole army. And to finish off over here, we have some of the Ahsoka troopers. So 332nd, I wanted to get Ahsoka in the build, but also some of her troopers. In the show, they didn't really get a good chance to go do anything. I won't spoil it if anyone hasn't seen it, but I wanted to make sure they were represented too. And got some of the Ahsoka commandos and ARC troopers and stuff up there. And then the gunships. And the gunships, that's my favorite Star Wars vehicle. So I was really excited to build a couple of those for this build. And added the Bad Batch and the Delta Squad just because they're awesome clones as well.
So take us through maybe the gunships and some of the vehicles here on the layout as well then.
Sure. So the ATTE here I wanted to do them all minifigure scale, and that was a unique challenge just in, I'm better at the paneling you see on the walls, but then the legs and how to get it to stand up and stuff like that, that was kind of a unique challenge. And I really wanted to do a drop ship with the one that grabs the ATTE and brings it into battle, but that's too huge, so maybe next year. And then, yeah, the gunships, I love the UCS gunship, but it's too big. And then the other gunship sets, I know we're getting a new one soon, which is great, but they haven't been out in a while, so wanted to be able to recolor them too in the 501st colors. In the show, they have the dark red and lime green, the normal colors. So I wanted to make sure to get the dark blue and the regular blue to match the 501st troopers. And yeah.
No, it all fits together very nicely. So we can talk about kind of the general platform, the buildings here now. So where did you start with that section?
Yeah, so first it was layout. So I had to figure out, okay, I have this many troopers. They'll be about this big if I put them in these formations. I misjudged the vehicles in the beginning, but it was mostly what's the size of each of these sections, and then what's the size of the buildings that would go behind. And once I was able to get that layout down, then I built the mills plates. and put supports under them depending on how high they were. A lot of that was my childhood Lego, which is nice because I could reuse a lot of that brick and plates that I hadn't put to use yet, just to build the foundation. But basically, everything that's raised has a platform that sits on supports. And then some of the bigger buildings have multiple levels of those platforms and supports just to support the whole building. But it does come off in roughly 32 stud by 32 stud sections. First for the buildings, but then each of the platforms here, and then the bases themselves. So it's like a tiered layering system.
And I really like with the main middle section here how you kind of inlaid the white and red with the gray there. Kind of, it's not just flat walls. So talk about kind of the design aspects of that portion.
Sure, I really tried to look at Bad Batch and Clone Wars and rewatch a lot of them just to see like what is the style of the buildings, what's the architecture like, and the slopes and the angles, like that was so prevalent. And then I also wanted to not just do gray. That like a base sometimes is like just light gray, dark gray. So I wanted to figure out a way to add some elements to that. And the white in the gunships came out really cool. So I thought maybe I'll add some white. And I'll do the dark red so that it's more traditional Republic base, and also add some contrast to the blues and stuff. But yeah, it was a lot of pictures of Clone Wars episodes and like buildings that look like this, and then sketching and that sort of thing. So
Deep research.
Deep research, indeed. Yes. Yeah, I rewatched all 7 seasons last year to get the research done.
And then in addition to the building sections, you've got some very nice landscaping and some unique colors. So take us through some of those sections as well.
Yeah, so I wanted to come up with a backstory for the build. And for this build, the idea is that the Republic wins the Clone Wars. And this is on the planet of Sereno, which is where Count Dooku's from. And so the idea is they take over the planet, they build Victory Base, and we're trying to remember the clones as a better than what they actually got in the series. They deserved far better. So I wanted to definitely represent them.
What are your tree techniques here? What pieces did you use in that?
So. Yes. So for the landscaping on Sereno, they started with like the teal and purple, and I picked that planet for the story, but also because I'm a city guy also, and I just have 1,000 green trees. So I was like, I really don't want to do green trees again. But the techniques are, I use the flex tube as a core, and then 1x1 round elements for the most part. On the smaller trees, it's just the 5x6 leaf elements kind of stacked with the smaller 3-leaf elements attached to it. Some of the bigger trees have like the handlebars or droid arms that are holding onto branches that make it a little bit bigger. But there was also a lot of moss on the trees in the source material, so I mixed in some of the sand green there with the traditional reddish brown.
And you've got some kind of door sections here. Is any of that movable? Is there kind of playable features at all?
Not yet, but one of the things I want to do is make at least a couple of the doors that can open, and you can kind of see inside, see some of the interiors. In particular, one of the hangar doors I'd like to make movable, and maybe the armory here, so you can kind of open it up and see in, maybe some weapon racks and whatnot. But movement and lights is the big things I want to add next. Just didn't have time to finish those before the show.
We'll look forward to more in the future with this thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll see you at Brick Slopes. That's where this will be next.
Fantastic. And you mentioned there's hundreds of minifigs here, so take us through the process a little bit of how you collected all those. What was that like? Was it just kind of a trickle at a time? How did you grow this collection?
Yeah, thankfully it was a trickle over time. I mean, it'd be a lot to kind of just get huge chunks of them. But I've been collecting them for about 3 years after I got back into Lego. And so it slowly grew at first. I was adding the characters and some troopers, and then it was when I started to buy the battle packs that it really blew up, and I got multiple formations of troopers. But I tried to, so like some of the custom printed ones, just tried to get chunks of them when there were sales and that sort of thing. And also like which ones I was working on. So if I was working on some airborne troopers, that's mostly what I would buy. But yeah, it was pretty steady over the last 3 years. I ended up getting Delta Squad and Bad Batch and a couple of the other ones around here just for the show, just to kind of add a few more. But yeah, collecting them for a few years now.
What are some of the custom minifigs or accessories? Where did you get some of those from?
Yeah, primarily Clone Army Customs. So all the helmets are custom helmets. Most of the bodies, 98% of the bodies are standard. So so I would get a lot of the helmets from Clone Army Customs and a lot of the printed characters as well. But there's a few other online that are a little bit smaller sellers that I've found just through Instagram that are able to kind of create some cool stuff. Camino bricks. I was able to get the legs of the rocket troopers there from Camino bricks, and there's a few more. But yeah, Clone Army Customs. I think they're the biggest operation for custom clones. So that was my go-to.
Do you know the overall piece count on the build at all?
Yeah, it's 86,000.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll have to update that and when I add some more. But
you were able to keep pretty exact count?
For the most part. I'd say the hangar and the top of this building were more of an estimate pre the show, because we finished building those two at the show, actually. But yeah, for the most part, I tried to keep pretty close counts on everything. From the orders of parts, and I didn't build everything in studio, but I did design a couple things in studio, so that's really easy. They'll give you the part count of whatever you designed, so that kind of helped keep track as I went through. But some of it's estimated. I didn't count every single one.
That's understandable. Well, excellent job bringing this all out to the show here, and I love the way you've laid it all out. Great presentation, so thank you for taking us through everything.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for interviewing me. Appreciate it.
Hey everyone, Joshua Hanlon here at Brick Slopes in Salt Lake City, and today we're taking a look at this massive Lego Star Wars layout. We've got 3 of the builders with me here, so if you want to introduce yourselves, and then we'll jump on in.
Yeah, of course. So this is Tidebreaker Station. There was 4 of us that put this one together. It's myself, Colton Mogg. We got TJ Laney, Dallin Powell, and then my wife, Sierra Mogg. All just kind of worked on this together.
Yeah. So if you want to give us kind of an overview of the story and what we have happening here.
So we want to do a kind of classic trilogy Rebel base, but nothing super specific, screen accurate, whatever. We wanted to take kind of full creative liberty with just whatever colors, direction we wanted to do. We wanted water. We wanted a feel of like the Yavin base. So it's just kind of whatever we could go with from that, and then incorporate what we love about Star Wars. So specifically, like I've always really been drawn to the Y-Wing design. So it's like I would love to make some Y-Wings. So that was kind of what started this. So we were talking about it last year at Brick Slopes of like, we all love Star Wars. None of us have done a big Star Wars build. Let's get together and bring one back next year. So that was kind of where we started with this, and then it just kept morphing into slightly bigger, slightly crazier. Let's add some more movement. And this is where we ended up.
I love that. Why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit more about the Y-Wing design then, and then we'll take a look at more of the base.
Okay. So I brought a Y-Wing to my first Brick Slopes about 6 years ago. It was my own mock as well. And I've always just felt like I could do a little bit better, but I never revisited it. So this time I was just like, I'm going to do it. It's been on the bucket list. Let's make it happen. So I've been on and off working on this for like the last year, and it is way cleaner. I almost brought the original, just be like, hey, check this out, but then I forgot it. So here we are. I wanted to go with the blue squadron rather than like your regular gold squadron color scheme. It just super interesting. We'll change it up a little bit. You don't see it very much. And it just plays really well with all of the other colors we had going on here. So we ended up with like a lot of snot technique. The full underside of that is also inverted everything, so it's all super clean everywhere. The front's got 4 different joints on that, all kind of compiling together to get a forward slope to it with the inner slope, and then the cockpit is all... It was a lot of work in that thing.
You really didn't want to make it easy on yourself.
I didn't. I was just like, I want to nail this as close as I can get and kind of as cleanly as possible. And it's, like I said, it's been on my mind for like 6 years. And I'm like, I've got a lot of ideas of what I would like to do with it. So let's make it happen. So that's kind of what I was working on for a lot of this build.
Yeah. TJ, if you can, why don't you tell us a little bit about some of the landscaping, like the water area, these rock works, and some of how that came together for you guys?
Absolutely, love to. The layout we wanted to keep very open. One thing that we've been thinking about for years is how do we make a base that people can look at and see all the details. You put a ton of work into a build and you're like, no, we want people to see the inside. And that's where some of this layout, like the very large door, our original sketch was kind of to have a door that opened with a switch. We decided against it because we were like, no, it needs to be be bigger, needs to be bigger, needs a larger opening, and needs more lights. I was kind of the lights guy for part of it, and I'm like, needs more lights, and it was fun to fit all of it in. The backside of it was a pipe dream, to say. We decided at the beginning, we're like, what if we had an open side of it so it looks like the whole base has been cut out of the mountain, but we wanted to have an open corner on the base. Having an open corner on something this scale was something we'd never tried before. This is actually our first large Star Wars build. We'd never tried Star Wars like this before. We've done a few smaller things here and there, each of us, but coming up with something that was open was kind of at the forefront of our thinking.
Yeah. So take us through a little bit more of the detail back here in this section if you can, and then also just how you support this thing structurally, because this open corner means that there's a huge chunk of this without any support over here.
It was a little scary to think about. We started with the base down here. The base is very thick because we needed a lot of Technic structure underneath it, as well as space for the wiring. So it started out with laying out like what sections is this going to cut into. And the back corner has a Technic structure that's pulling, it's got tension on the inside of it that allows the bricks to not separate apart. The other key to it was definitely the edge around the front face. The plate here the tile here is 5 plates thick beneath it. And the 5 plates allow it to be very rigid and make a C shape along the side here. So 5 plates thick all the way down, all the way through, and gives it a laminated kind of a plate structure along with the tension that goes from the front corner all the way to back with Technic inside of it.
Mm-hmm. That's very impressive that you were able to engineer that. And then I know you mentioned the lights as well, so what are some of the scenes that you incorporated lights into?
Oh yeah. We wanted to make sure that each scene kind of felt a little bit like a movie scene, or even maybe part of a Lego Star Wars video game, even though we didn't copy any specific level. So the top control center right there, we wanted to have like just lights and control panels that interested in people and gave people a reason to look underneath and just feel like you get sucked into the Star Wars game, to feel like it's the Star Wars theme. And we wanted to make it very clean. We didn't leave a lot of studs facing anywhere. The ceiling is very clean and the floors only have studs facing up where we needed to attach things. The lighting, we tried to make it so it looked realistically lighting as best we could with the power function lights we had on hand. So all the lights within this build are power functions. They're all run off of the the train regulators built into the base of it.
Yeah. Speaking of that, we'll move to our third builder then. Dowlin, if you want to tell us a little bit more about kind of the mechanics of this build, and then also take us through kind of this top section up here.
For sure, yeah. So one of the big things we wanted to do with this build was to have a moving landing platform. When Colton first proposed the idea of a Y-wing, we were excited by the idea of just having something that could move, that could show off all sides of the Y-wing, something you could sit and look at it as it spun and had lights on it. So that kind of introduced the problem of how do you make something large and sturdy that can move, and we settled on 9-volt train tracks. So this is a fairly complicated system with a stacked set of tracks. So one that allows the little car to move around, and then a second one that we ended up reworking to have power functions motors, but it's what supports the actual center platform. It's on a ring gear with 2 power functions motors, and that lets it be on its own and show off all sides of the Y-wing.
Yeah, no, I think it works very well. It also just adds such a nice dynamic feel to the build with the movement there, and even kind of the gun on the corner over there as well.
Yeah. So the gun over there was actually Colton's design and has a really fun motion to it with the gear, rack, and pinion system. You'd have to ask him about that one, but.
And then if you can, take us up top here. So we kind of go from all this gray to this really nice landscaping. What is happening on the top of the build?
Yeah, so the most exciting thing up here is, of course, the crashed TIE Fighter. And this is something I've wanted to do for a long time. I built this TIE Fighter a couple years ago, and it's really fun when it's clean and nice. You know, the Empire, it's shiny. But being able to crash it and light it on fire and have it missing a panel and debris scattered everywhere, it's just so much more exciting and brings a lot of life to the build. So every single flame has a light under it, lit by power functions. So every single flame emits light, and it casts a really nice orange glow and shows off the TIE Fighter well. And there's even some red lights inside the cockpit, so you can see everything in there.
Mm-hmm. What else do we have up top here?
So there's a lot of foliage here. We really like the idea of magenta. So we have a lot of magenta trees. These just kind of bring a splash of color up top. And one of the ideas we had was to do kind of a little semi-hobbit hole up top. So there's a little bit of some farmers and some Corellian hounds. And it just, again, adds more life to the build and little Easter eggs to find. And it's all within the Star Wars universe and all time appropriate and consistent within the universe. And it's just fun.
Absolutely. If we can, Colton, do you want to take us back to this side over here and kind of tell us about what's happening in this section?
Of course. Yeah. So we started initially with kind of a smaller little landing opening here, and then TJ was just like, no, this has got to be big and open. And then Dallin was like, well, we need a big, cool ship that'll match it then. So he created this just beautiful organic shape to this opening here, and then Dallin created the ship that goes with it. So that was kind of both these guys, and then I was super excited about the interior on this one. So this is where we started on this build. We worked our way up here. We started on the bottom floor, and it really started coming together. We got really excited at that point, and just kept going. So we just kept going on the underside. I don't know if you can realistically see in there very well, but the floor underneath that one is actually built in 4 different directions, all snot techniques with the lights integrated into them, which was quite a engineering feat. TJ took a lot of that one on as well. It's been a lot of fun, and so a lot of this was just late night building, hanging out, having fun. One of us would be working on one section, and we'd get a little frustrated on it and just be like, I don't know where this is gonna go, and somebody else would always be just like jumping in like, no, I've got an idea. I know how to do that. Let me take that over. You work on what I'm doing. So just really fun to get everybody else's ideas on stuff as we kept going with it.
That's such a cool collaborative process. So you were all working on this in the same physical space the whole time?
Yep.
Okay.
So this was all built together. It's actually all built on my kitchen table. So yeah, it's been just a big party for the last 5 months almost, just once or twice a week. And then the last 2 weeks we'd spend almost every day. We're just like, we got so much more to do. We got to keep going.
Yeah. And one of the interesting things here is how you've like upscaled some of the stuff on the back side here. So how did that come together for you guys?
Well, so like we were saying, we wanted that door at the front to open initially. So I built this switch in because like we need to be able to move it. And then that idea just ended not coming together. And TJ was just like, well, I really want a crane in here. So TJ can show us how this crane is operating here. So it's a fully operating crane.
Fully as in it moves back and forth and up and down. So this little switch is connected to a power function switch behind it. And all you do is push it left and right, and it will lower it down directly on top of our beautiful Y-wing.
That's so cool, though.
Thank you. The structure was very tricky. We were trying to figure out how on earth we're going to get this crane suspended from the ceiling. And it took a couple nights of just working with different rails. Like we decided to go with this roller coaster track, but it was a little bit too thick sticking out completely from the bottom. So the roller coaster track, you can only see half of it on its side, and then we've got one roller coaster track that it actually rides across with a corkscrew gear across the top that pulls a little trolley that is our pulley.
And then you also had like these kind of larger upscaled elements here.
Oh yeah, we knew we were going to need the train regulators in order to power this thing. And we said, you know what, we don't want to just leave them outside of the build. We thought, what if we tried to build them into the side, make this big gray wall more interesting? And that's where we said, what if these are control panels, and how would it look with some upscaled elements? And I think it looks all right.
Absolutely. And as we make our way back around to the front side then, if you want to tell us a little bit more about the water section and kind of how the beach came together.
So beach section was, none of us had a lot of clear brick or tile. We're just like, how are we going to make this happen? And we wanted some nice wave texture, and the whole idea here is just a really clean color palette. We didn't want to start jumping in a bunch of colors. We're like, we're going to keep water just as this, nice and clean. How do we do this? And so snot technique came in, and we're just like, let's see what we could do with some slopes and get some nice curves happening. And this, again, just that same collab. I came up with the initial kind of concept of like, hey, look at this curve of a wave. And then I believe it was Dallin that came up with our kind of this color of the cresting over the top of it, and it just really tied that in.
Yeah, no, that it turned out very nice. So it's really cool to see, like, you guys have tackled so many different things here with both like the gray bunker element, the Y-wings, the movement, and then obviously just this fantastic landscaping throughout is really cool. So I'll come back over to Dallin here. If you can, tell us a little bit more about kind of the walkway and the what you see from the front here. We haven't really touched on that too much.
Yeah. So when we were building this, we did a lot of rock wall, a lot of dark gray, and one of the challenges with that was just trying to find ways to break it up. So we have all these little edges with olive green and just splashes of color. And having these balconies and walkways and everything that connects every room to every other room, you can get from anywhere in the base to anywhere else in the base. And it makes sense as an actual architectural layout. And so having these little observation balconies, it's very defensive, and it also just looks really cool. Colton's the one that came up with the idea to use these upside-down ladders as a handrail balcony. And so we actually used that down on the landing platform as well, and it just tied the whole thing together. And using sand blue as an accent color really just, it brings it all so much together. There's little splashes of sand blue all over, different parts, different techniques, and it just feels cohesive because we all built it together, all in the same place at the same time.
Mm-hmm. And then when you guys actually got this out to the show here, TJ, how long did it take you guys to set this all up? What was that process like?
Oh, it took all day. It was a lot of making sure all the seams came together the way that we designed it to. We hadn't seen it all together until we brought it to the show. So it was a lot of pushing bricks together, fixing the seams, trying to make it all come together. The plants weren't able to travel with it, so we had to put all the plants on afterwards.
Yeah. No, that turned out very nice as well, though. That plant life and the incorporating that into the rock work kind of adds some great elements to it. So the whole thing is just amazing here. Thank you all so much for all of your work on the layout, and I appreciate you taking us through it.
So Mark Borlace, some people know me as Brick Plumber. This is my Hoth layout.
This thing is massive here. We have seen a lot of Hoth layouts over the years. This might be the biggest one we've ever seen.
It's about 6'6" by almost 16 feet.
Okay.
So I've been building Hoths for probably 15 years. They kept growing and growing and growing. So this was basically built in 2017. I extended it a little bit, added some more stuff, but yeah, my rendition of Hoth.
So let's start here at kind of this end, and we'll make our way kind of towards the base. What do you have out in this section?
So these are custom walkers. I built my first walker in 2007. That was my first thing that I ever did, and then now with the new pieces, the new colors and everything, these are custom. They were built before the UCS ones came out. So yeah, built 3 of those. The speeders are custom. They're about 6,000 pieces each. So the one over here, you'll see later, has an interior, has motors that have a winch that moves it up and down and everything. So
that's incredible. You have lighting throughout, you said, so how do you kind of incorporate that into the build?
Wires throughout. There's little points where I have battery packs and stuff like that. Don't always have power, so it's just built into the design of it and how you been doing it long enough to kind of just know how to do certain things, put it together.
I love the explosion effects here. It looks super nice.
That's one of the things I just added the last rendition, and I also bumped it out a 48 base plate because it was a little close. So that was the last thing that I revised from 2017 when it was done before.
It's also easy to overlook kind of the various landscaping details here because there's so much white, but you've done a lot to kind of make it not just a flat plane.
Right, so every one of the tiles are put in at different angles and not pushed all the way down, push one corner, so it gives you that glistening snow look. Something I kind of came up with, and it works out pretty good. So it gives you that look, and it's not that plain, flat, glassy look.
Yeah. And then you've got like the trench scene in here with all sorts of minifigures, lots of action happening in this section as well.
Yeah, and then a lot of funny things, outhouse, and I always try to add humor in all my builds. Kind of like Lego kind of does, you know what I mean? So, yeah.
And we'll walk around to the other side to see some of the scenes on the outside. As we do, you can talk about some of what you have kind of on top here. What is in this section?
So the shield generators, which, obviously get destroyed, and then the ion cannon.
Just a big, giant gray ball here.
Big giant gray ball that just sits on there. Yeah. It was a tough build, but it turned out really good, I think. And a lot of people seem to like that a lot.
And then we can take a look at some of the scenes inside. So what do we have down here?
Here is the Wampa Cave. You have Luke upside down in there. And then over here, this was just basically a little generator, but the lights that go through with a tunnel that goes all the way out. So how the guys kind of gonna get out to the battlefield from inside the base. There's that there, and then there's another one over here that goes all the way out through the inside. It's all lit and everything. And then got a cafeteria and then a medical bay.
I love that you've taken the time to add the detailed interiors even up in there, so it's not just a massive expanse on the outside.
Yeah. So yeah, try to do a lot of detail in all my builds. So yeah, and then we've got quite a bit on the hangar bay on the inside.
What are some of the minifigures represented in this area here?
It's just a general population. There's no real, you got all the guys getting ready to get their guns and head out to the battle, and then the rest of the guys are just the hidden guys that you don't see in the Star Wars movies. All the little things.
I saw these hinge doors over here earlier. So is that part of the lighting setup, or what is that?
It's just an access point to get to all the power. For anything I need.
Yeah. This is a real pro tip. You got to build those spaces in.
Yeah, it's just a way to get to the wiring. To change batteries. Sometimes I can do permanent power. I've got it set up, or I can do battery power. So it just gives me an option either way.
What are these sections like structurally that you've kind of hollowed out here to make sure that all of this Lego isn't collapsing in on itself?
It's like solid, big 8x16 plates just overlapping, and some of them are even bigger. So it's that thick of plate, and then the bottom ones are 8x16 white bricks, not plates. So it's as thick as the top is to give it that ability to span the distance. And then it's also supported by the spear, the parts that go down that help support the top. But it's still tough to travel. It broke pretty good on the way here. I had about 5 hours of just fixing broken stuff.
Well, it's looking good. Thank you for putting it all back together here at the show.
Just for you, no problem.
And I know we mentioned this big cannon earlier, but what are some of the design elements there? How do you build a big round structure like that?
Actually, I looked on YouTube on how to build, and so it's 4 pieces, and then they mash together. And then originally it was a ball, and then I left the back open because I was going to put a motor in here to actually work the cannon. Never got around to it. So, it's a circle or a ball is very difficult, but got it off YouTube, and then I just basically kind of snotted it by cleaning it up and then put some details on it from pictures that you see.
Yeah, it's fine. Very nice. There's a lot of cool things on YouTube.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've been doing this a long time, and you still learn something every day. All the new pieces that come out. And
what is this scene down here?
It's a movie theater. They got to have something to do while they're not.
They're not fighting all the time.
Yeah, they're not fighting all the time.
That is fantastic there. I love that. You've got the concessions and everything. Then that brings us to kind of the large section inside the snow.
It's got a couple different options. It's a light kit set, very neat. I took a UCS and I put an interior in it and then put a light kit in it, the sound.
Wow. Very, very cool. Yeah, it adds that extra element there. Very nice.
Yeah, I like it.
What are some of the interior elements you added? How did you kind of modify this here?
I basically almost took the shell, tore everything apart, and then basically had to rebuild the whole bottom and all of the interior and everything. So it was I wouldn't even say it was a fun build, but it turned out pretty good. It's tough with utilizing the same skeleton and then taking out the structure that they didn't put your own structure in. It might have been easier for me just to design and build my own.
And then lots more minifigures all around here.
All the workers that you need, you know. There's Leia, and she's getting all the troops together before they head on out, and so.
And some more, like got X-wings and things in there.
Yeah, just getting X-wings. That's the only X-wings are the only thing that is Lego set.
Okay.
I just never have gotten around to customizing, even though I have custom ones at home. I just I've got the directions and everything somebody gave me, and I just haven't put them in there. So,
What's happening up top here?
just a funny thing. It's dimensions. It's the portal, and it's you know the troopers from the future are coming back in the past. So it's just a little funny quirk thing that I like trying to put in there, something different, you know.
That brings us down to the scenes on this side.
Barracks and the you know the war room or the office, and
Once again, the guys like to have a little fun, so you see that represented here.
yeah, ping pong table, pool table, something to do when they're not at the movie theater, you know, when they're not out fighting the you know Darth Vader and all those guys.
You got all the bunks in there. That's fantastic. Even little like trunk areas for the men to put their belongings in.
Yeah, and lockers and stuff like that. Yeah, all the stuff you don't see in the movie.
Right.
Yeah,
The boring, logistics stuff.
right. Exactly.
And all the fun control panels in here.
Yeah, yeah. You got the part where Vader comes in, but they've all gone and it's all smashed and broken. That's kind of how it looked when I got here. All smashed and broken from the trip, but got it back together pretty good. So.
And you see another view of some of the fighters down there as well.
Just the guys working on them, the ground crew, as you would say, the guys you don't see. So
with a build of this size, what is that transportation process like for you to get this to a show like Brick Slopes?
So the mountain is in 2 pieces, and then the base is in 35 sections. And I custom built crates for that and custom built crates for this. It's like a shelving unit. Kind of came up with a pretty good design. So they all just slide in. They're all numbered. So on the bottom of this is a plywood with X's of where each place, and it's got a number on it. And then I have tiles with numbers on them that I put on them when I take it apart. So I know it goes into a certain slot and how it goes back together.
You've got it down. You really know.
I've been doing it a long time, yeah. So, yeah. So.
Very, very impressive layout here. Do you have an estimate on the number of pieces at all?
I'm guessing 250,000, not 250 pieces. But guessing, looking at one of the guys that was here, they had a piece count on his and the size of his compared to the size of this one. So probably 250. I don't want to say that because, you think of how much you spent when you spent 250. So I always try to guess less, so it makes me feel better like I didn't spend that kind of money. But, yeah, everybody knows when you build something like this, it's a lot, and I do it by myself. So, I don't have help. It's not a collab. It's individual. So.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible. Do you post your work online anywhere? Are there places people can see your other builds?
I guess there's some stuff on there was one on YouTube, and but I've gotten out of that a lot because I'm not super digitally. I'm not the camera guy and everything like that. So I used to post it a lot, but now it's a lot harder onto YouTube and stuff like that. You probably know because you do it all the time. But for someone that doesn't put something out, constant content, it's not as easy to get the content out there and put in there. So I don't do Facebook, but I have what's the other one?
Instagram.
Instagram, yeah, my daughter set up for me. Yep, yeah. I guess you're a little older like me, it's not as cool. So
you gotta have your kids connect you up with the popular platforms.
Teach me how to surf the internet and all that. So
that's okay. This is an incredible build. So do you have other builds in this scale, like Star Wars layouts, or do you have anything planned for the future like this?
I had an indoor that was actually bigger than this.
Wow.
Yeah, and I took it to Legoland for a few years, and I have a Death Star that it's like 6 by 6 by probably like 36 inches high, and it's about 200,000 pieces, and it's scale. It's got all the scenes, and that is still built. So if I come here next year, maybe I'll bring that.
Yeah, that would be amazing. This is really, really cool. Thanks for all the effort building this and bringing it out to the show here. We appreciate it.
Well, thanks for the interview. Awesome.
Absolutely. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Shimon Kravovsky, and this is my Jabba's Palace build. The whole goal of this build was to try to capture the first 20 minutes of Return of the Jedi, and then I also wanted to pay a little bit of tribute to Book of Fett. So starting up in the upper left, we have the chef from the Book of Fett. We have Boba in the Bacta tank. We have the scene where Han and Chewie are in the jail cell. Then we try to capture the throne room. We have Han and Carbonite all the way there on the left. We obviously have Max Rebo and his band. And then we have Jabba. So we have our first motion here where we have the trap door. And Jabba will move forward. Then we sort of have the rest of the cantina scene here, the scene here with as many sort of aliens as I could put in. Then down here on the bottom left, we have the droid room with Gronk being tortured. And then we have the pit. The pit is also mechanized, and we have a gate which will come up. While the gate is coming up, you'll notice that we have an engine driving that and the chain pulling the gate up. And as that gate slowly moves up, we then are able to bring the Rancor out. And then finally, we have the Rancor Keeper down here on the bottom right. So this build took about 9 months. It was all free built. I didn't really plan it out. I just laid out the base plates and started building up.
This is spectacular. The amount of detail here is just incredible. Do you know how many pieces are in the whole build?
Probably around 20 to 25,000. I don't really know for sure. I sort of looked at my Bricklink orders, and it's somewhere around there. Obviously, there's a lot of 1x1, 1x2s, just to get all this detail.
Take us through some more of that kind of texturing in the build and how you were able to achieve the detailed look in these different levels, because it's very different styles of building with each of these levels.
So I wanted to really separate it out. Obviously, the Rancor pit and cave, I try to go naturalistic as possible. And the real method there is just to be random as possible. Every different area, try not to use the same method next to each other to get that sort of effect. I also put some bricks on curves to give that rounded cave feel. So I'm sort of give the illusion of round when Lego doesn't do that. And then there was a lot of empty space here with the walls, and I wanted to make it a little bit more interesting. So again, just random 1x2. I would put the ratio I wanted in a bag and just pick them to generate that random feel. And then using the masonry bricks in between there and some of the headlight bricks to get some bricks coming out. And then the roof is actually just hanging on barely, but I wanted to get the entire effect of the palace, which is a curved slope, which obviously in Lego is not the easiest effect to get. But I tried to, as best I could, capture that.
That's what makes this so cool, is that from no matter where you look at it from, it has a super detailed finished look to it. So even the other side of this that doesn't have all the scenes looks fantastic.
Oh, thanks. I mean, I knew in a convention like this, people are going to see the back, and hopefully it draws people to come and take a look at the build.
Now let's take a closer look at some of these details you kind of mentioned. I know you've got a lot of minifigures, a lot of action kind of going on here. What are some of these figures doing here? What are some of those kind of background details?
So, you know, in the movie, we obviously see the aliens drinking up to nefarious no good, so I wanted to sort of capture that. I put in a little bar here. Obviously, the band scene is really iconic from that movie, so I wanted to capture that. These are 2 custom minifigs from, I believe, Atlanta Brick Company that really sort of add to the authentic sort of Max Rebo band feel. And then in the back, you have, you know, Jabba, Boba Fett, Sirius Crumb, Princess Leia, obviously on her chain. And everywhere, I just wanted to give it that dirty feel from the movie. So you can sort of feel that this is not a nice place to be.
And one of the coolest elements here is definitely the motorized functions that you took us through at the beginning. So how did you include those and kind of set up those different motorized functions in the build?
So the motorized functions, Jabba's throne room works on an actuator. The trap door is actually one single long tile piece, and behind it I have a tire pushing and pulling the tire, because I needed something fast enough to actually get the trapdoor to move so quick that the figure drops rather than slowly falling in. The Rancor is actually, there's an axle and it's pushing the thread pieces back and forth. So there is this much, probably a 1x12 thread piece with an axle in the middle, so it pushes it back and forth and moves up to 12 pieces. I use one of the clone wheels for the engine here, and this is just turning round and round. And then obviously here are just some threads that I added in to sort of give it the illusion that this is pulling the gate up. And so I thought it was a nice little touch to sort of give it that additional something and help fill some empty space I had. Because honestly, there's a lot of weight here, and so I had to create support behind it in order to support all this, and so I had to fill stuff up and wanted to, make sure everywhere you look there's something going on.
With all of that weight, was it difficult to incorporate kind of the rooms and the openings, especially in the base here, because you've got to make sure that everything's still going to stay up?
Yeah, so honestly, it's just behind all of this is a lot of Technics, and then a lot of Duplo mixed with Technics to give it the strength it needs. So this is really all just facade for what is a whole bunch of Technic and Duplo.
That works really well, though. So I know you mentioned the roof earlier. Is that just a whole bunch of separate panels then that you can just kind of lift on and off?
Yeah. So this is all a bunch of separate panels which lift up and on, and you can see it sort of moves, slides. So it's not quite perfect, but with the scale, you can barely see the gaps. And that was really the only way I could achieve that curved, circular look, which is so iconic in Jabba's palace.
And one of the things that makes this build pop and really appreciate the details is all the lighting in here, because without that, it'd just be very dark back there. So how did you incorporate that into the build?
So I actually use all Lego power function lights. So all the lighting here is also Lego power function. I don't know why I did that. It was purely hubris, I guess. But I think it sort of adds authenticity. And then to get the different color lights, I'm just using different trans color pieces stuck into a Technic 1x2 with a hole on top of that to get the different colors in the build. So it's little square trans pieces with power function lights and the 1x2 Technic with holes to give it that lighting. And then in the back, obviously, we have a little fire with lights coming in under the flame to give it that flame effect. We have the blue lights with Han and Carbonite to give it that look from the movie. And then we have one little Easter egg, is if you look here from the angle, you can see Luke walking down the stairs.
You always got to have the hidden scenes in there.
Yeah. So I tried to capture as much of the film as I could.
So out of all the many different Star Wars scenes, how did you decide to tackle this one in kind of so much detail here?
Honestly, 3 years ago, I was running out of shelf space for all my regular Star Wars purchase builds, and I decided that building mocks may take up more time, so I won't fill up my shelf space as quickly. I started with a basic throne room, and then I just kept building and rebuilding that over the last 3 years till you see the result you have here. So this was my first attempt at a mock, and I just spent 3 years building and rebuilding till I got to what you see here. And then once this is over, I'm going to take some of it apart and start rebuilding again and adding to it.
This is incredible for your first mock here. Really excellent work. And speaking of displaying a build, when you brought this to the show, what was that process like? How does this kind of break down for transport?
So this was a mistake I made. As this is my first build, it really doesn't break down. So it lives on this butcher block. A friend of mine, John Stoll, built for me in exchange for a Lego Land Rover Defender. It has these nice handles, and literally you just pick it up and drop it on a cart. So it's one single piece, and the only thing which really comes off is these roof tile pieces.
Okay, something you'll maybe change in the future to make it more movable.
I have learned now that modular helps when deciding to bring something to a show. I actually had to rent a very large SUV because it turns out this doesn't even fit in a X3. So I had to rent an SUV just to bring this to the show.
Well, this is excellent work here. You were also nominated for an award there for Best Star Wars, so congratulations on that as well.
I actually had no idea there were awards because this is my first Brick Fair, so that was a nice surprise.
Yeah. Excellent work here. I can't wait to see more of what you do in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hey everyone, Joshua Hanlon here, and today I'm at Brick World Chicago, and we are taking a look at a massive collaborative Lego Star Wars layout. I've got the builders of this layout with me, so if you want to introduce yourselves, and we'll take a look at this.
All right. Hi, I'm Hunter Bailey. My social is Forever Lego Studios. Obviously, right here we have the Mos Eisley build, and I'm super happy to showcase it to you guys.
I'm Nathan Bowser. I also go by Lord of the Bricks on every platform out there right now, so you can easily find me. I'm just glad to be a part of this and excited for the entire thing. So we're ready to show you guys and look forward to doing that.
So we'll start back here. Actually, we've got the huge Millennium Falcon kind of hangar section. So tell us what you've got in this area.
Okay, so this is the UCS Millennium Falcon. The only thing that's been modified is the lights that are making it that much cooler. Since having the set, I've wanted to build something to correlate with it, and I feel like this kind of makes the most sense. It's the first time we see the Falcon, and just wanted to incorporate all the details. Obviously, we have the hangar with all the different cutouts. Obviously, the stormtroopers are going to be coming in shortly and making a terrible time for the heroes. And but first off, we obviously have the scene where Han Solo and Chewbacca are running into Jabba the Hutt. He's got his goons ready to kind of pop into action if necessary. Han Solo's going to try and weasel his way out of this situation, try to bribe Jabba with more money. Yeah, he's kind of in a pickle there. And yeah, this was definitely one of my favorite things added to the mock. Wanted to make sure that all the details, especially with the walls and the cracks, obviously you can so much tan in it already, so I wanted to throw a little bit of color into it with the, I want to say medium nougats, 1x1 plates, as well as dark tan to kind of give that cracks and dirt, basically. So very happy with how that turned out.
Yeah. So then we can move on to the section kind of outside that area. If you want to take us through some of these buildings and whatever we have happening right here.
Yeah, so what we got here going on is the big junkyard. Actually, it was the last section that we decided to put here. A lot of the junkyard is literally, we just threw old sets that people would recognize, and you throw that into the junkyard, making it truly look like a junkyard. Other than that, I mean, you can see some iconic figures going through here. We got Watto's cousin, Tado. It's a nice little fun fact here for the collab. We've just been great about it. But my personal, in this section actually, is the strongest Imperial presence that's in Mos Eisley at the moment. This has got an interior to it, which actually shows all ISB personnel. You have Darth Vader there chilling there in his summer getup, ready to go for the summer. We got another spy there. Don't be that guy. Just don't be that guy. Other than that, it'll light up. We can light it up later. We can light it up whenever. But we're looking forward. We got the Emperor presence there. I mean, every high class officer there. But that's personally what we have in this area. So
yeah. And then just kind of other citizens and some troops kind of mixed in throughout the streets.
Yes. So obviously the biggest thing about Mos Eisley is all the different creatures and characters and aliens throughout the entire city. Obi-Wan straight up says, like, this is a town full of scum and villainy, so wanted to incorporate that. So we have a whole bunch of different species, aliens. That's one of the benefits of Lego Star Wars, is there's so many minifigures that we can use that are different aliens and stuff like that. And not gonna lie, it was super cool getting to finally use all these creatures I've had in like a tote. So obviously you can make sense of the Tusken Raiders traveling with their Bantha. That is a custom build we found on Rebrickable. Very nice design. And then obviously we have a whole bunch of different characters and aliens. We have the Stormtroopers going around trying to find those droids, not having the best of luck, but they are willing to at least give their dewback a little drink because it is getting hot in there. And then obviously we have a whole bunch of Jawas. I think total we ended up with like 20 plus Tuskens and Jawas. So don't know what we're going to do with that after this. But yeah, there's plenty of different figures. Obviously you're going to see some that don't really make sense, like just characters from out of timeline, but we're trying to hide them enough to where they blend in.
Do you know how many minifigs you have on the whole layout here?
At least 100, if not ballpark, I guess. I tried keeping count. I want to say we ended up with 25 Stormtroopers total, and then we have like a couple multiples of characters. So like you'll see a few versions of Luke Skywalker and Ben Kenobi, because we wanted to make those iconic scenes. So like we have, for instance, over on the other side we have the these are not the droids you're looking for. We have the iconic scene where Obi-Wan basically chops off the dude's arm, and them walking, getting ready to enter the hangar to ship off to Alderaan.
We can start to make our way back around then to the front side here, and obviously we have another large hangar. So what's happening in this section?
Yes, so ideally the plan was to have 2 hangars just to kind of give that spaceport feel. And originally there was going to be a whole plan where we were going to have a side story where 2 X-Wings and some Rebel characters were going to be also on the search for the droids, trying to beat the Empire. And that just didn't end up working out. It kind of felt a little clunky in here. So we went with the opposites and went with another bounty hunter. So obviously Boba Fett was seen in that other hangar, so he's got to have his ship somewhere. And we asked around, and this basically came out to be the right choice. We have the Slave One with the entire bounty hunter crew. We got Boba, Boss, Dengar, IG-88, Forlom, and Zuckuss, the whole crew. They're getting their ship worked on. The hangar is very similar to the one we just saw. We wanted to incorporate different, again, characters, different pieces. Like we have an old space panel that I had in my collection that I thought would be really nice. It's one of those holographic ones from where you move to side. So I thought that was kind of a cool Easter egg if any classic space fans were around and saw it. But other than that, this is pretty much the same over here. We've got the lights hooked up, and then the Slave One wanted to make sure that was also lit up to match with the Falcon.
And as we exit that hangar, you've got these large doors open, and that takes us back out to the town area. Looks like we've got a bit of an interior on this building. So what is this here?
Yes. So my friend Nate is the one that gave me this idea. We were trying to fill in the space, obviously, with different buildings and different scenes and stuff like that, and he got the idea of Droid Depot, and that's basically what this ended up becoming. I was like, okay, this is a great idea. I'm going to run with it, and I'm going to take this panel off real quick, and we're going to go on the inside of it. So all these different droids are obviously up to buy. We have some Jawas in there and different characters kind of looking through the market. We have a large variety, I guess you could say. We've got some assassin droids, astromechs. We even have a old, I guess it'd be old in this time frame, of the droidicas just chilling in the corner. Obviously wanted to include some lights as well into this thing to make it really pop, especially at World of Lights here tonight. So yeah, that was definitely a cool idea and kind of just an extra building to throw into this build, and I think it turned out very nicely. We also have the courtyard, which there's a small interior in there. Obviously it would have been a little difficult to pop that one off because it's in the middle, but it's a little workshop. We've got the character for Mando getting ready to work on that speeder. We have a welder in there with a blinking light to kind of give it that welding feel. It's just a little speeder shop for anyone that's having too much sand in their engines. And then obviously the fountain was something that we wanted to throw into the courtyard because, I had to throw something in there. Why not have a giant water, substance? That way people can get a drink. And then obviously we have the Stormtrooper on vacation. He's got to take a break. It's too hot. Got to eat his ice cream.
Everyone
So
needs a good oasis. That's
Exactly.
exactly what it is, an oasis.
exactly.
And then we've got kind of the largest building here with the cantina itself. And what are some of your favorite characters and kind of scenes in there?
Yes. So this was something obviously that was going to be in the build no matter what, and obviously we wanted to get some of the most iconic scenes. So you've got the cantina band. We've got as many as we could fit in that little area. We've got the drummers, the singers, all that kind of stuff. And then again, we obviously wanted to make sure we had that scene where Obi-Wan's getting ready to basically chop the dude's arm off for getting in the way with Luke. And the light up lightsaber, I feel, just turned out perfect in this little area and makes the scene more iconic, I feel like. And then obviously we have a whole group of aliens and creatures. We even have a couple of the older space police aliens just chilling in there. Want to incorporate those cameos. We also have, if you can see, there's actually quite a few classic spacemen also throughout the mock, and we've got a couple in there just kind of chilling, getting drinks, just trying to have a good time. So definitely very happy with how the cantina came out. We went ahead and left the roof off just so people can come by and see it, because it would have been a little tedious constantly taking it off and putting it back on. So we just went with it off.
No, that's a great idea. It's always frustrating when you see a building has a great interior, but then you can't really appreciate it because the roof is on or it's difficult to see inside. So
Exactly.
I like that you did that there. And speaking of great buildings, on the corner here, we've got this Hutt cinema that is just so fantastic looking. So what are some of the details in this building?
Okay, so this was something that I've had in the works for about a year now. The tiles that you see that are the posters, I actually purchased last year at Brickworld from Eclipse Graphics. As soon as I bought them, I was like, I need to build a movie theater. And obviously with going to Tatooine, I was like, okay, I got to make this work. And Jabba the Hutt, he's got all kinds of businesses. Everyone thinks that he gets all his money through bounty hunting and all that kind of stuff. Now, in reality, he actually has a chain of movie theaters that no one really knows about. So we have the Hutt Cinema. We have a whole lineup getting ready to go watch everyone's favorite movies. Wanted to incorporate lights as well. We've got the lights blinking up top, and then the lights heading towards the actual logos and stuff. We also have Bib Fortuna kind of chilling there doing, I guess, the hard labor selling tickets. So he's just chilling in there, getting ready to fill up the theater with all these different characters and droids. I'm very happy. Again, this was probably my favorite build in the entire mock, and I'm super happy with how it turned out.
Yeah, the lettering on the signs looks great as well. I think anytime anyone does actual brick-built lettering, it's always impressive. And then the little gold kind of accents around the sides look great too.
Yeah, the lettering was definitely a big thing. I didn't know whether to go with the Arabish language or just English language, and it just made it was just easier to do English. And I think it turned out really nicely. It all fits very nicely, especially with the almost wheel rail and the I want to say pearl gray, I guess, color kind of makes it pop out a little bit more as well. And so I'm happy about that. And yeah, the gold accent was definitely, I wanted to make sure it stood out. I mean, it's a movie theater, it's going to stand out, but wanted to make sure that the colors like black, dark red, and gold, kind of giving it that fancy effect, I guess you could say. Jabba's got to make sure that if you're going to come see a movie, you got to see it, at least the outside's got to look presentable. Now on the inside, that might be a different story.
This whole layout is so much fun, and I love all the creative details you've packed in here and all the little stories. Do you know the size of the whole layout here?
Yes, so the size is a total of 48 by 48 gray base plates. It is 5 by 6, my mistake. So 6 base plates long and then 5 base plates wide. Originally there was going to be a whole nother table that was going to incorporate the wall of Tatooine, and that was going to lead on the outskirts. We definitely ran out of time with that, so we ended up having to cut it. Like he was saying, the junkyard we were finished up here at Brickworld, so it was definitely a good choice to cut that. But it is it's good for what it is. I'm very happy with how it turned out. We, again, have all these different scenes, like with the, these are not the droids we're looking for. Loved how Obi-Wan basically just made a fool of that entire Stormtrooper's career. So he's probably going to be looking for a new job soon. And then obviously over in the corner where we have the alleyway, we have the Snitch, who's leading all those Stormtroopers ruin Luke Skywalker and Ben Kenobi's day. You know, don't be a snitch. Come on, guys. Like, what are you doing? And then the alleyway is, again, something that I'm very big on. Wanted to make sure that it was kind of that dark alley that, you know, you got all those nasty scum and villainy. Obviously, there's a whole lot of Easter eggs in there, including the homeless clone. Make sure you know, you're helping a clone veteran, you know, especially when he's having a hard time. And then obviously just the amount of characters and figures that are in there. We have a couple custom Pantorans, as well as a couple other species kind of just chilling throughout that entire alleyway. Again, just kind of giving it that nasty alleyway looking. So I'm very happy with it. Obviously, I think the cloth ended up working very well as well. And look, again, something I'm very looking forward to World of Lights to see what this all looks like at night.
Well, great work to both of you on this whole layout here. So I appreciate all the effort you put into building this and bringing it out to Brick World. Keep up the great work.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Jacob Hollis, also known as Lava Bricks on YouTube and Instagram, and this is my Darth Vader's castle on Mustafar. It took me about a year and a half. It's like 18 months of building, off and on. I mean, because I have school, so it's kind of come home and may squeeze in like a half an hour or an hour of work. And yeah, so here it is at Brick Fair.
Huge build here. Where did you start with this project?
It's kind of funny, I started with actually the lava. I went to a Lego store in Europe and I got the idea when I saw these 1x1 cheese slopes. And they had these at the Lego store and I was like, oh, that'd be awesome for lava. So I got a few cups and I came back and I got like 5,000. I thought thinking that was plenty. And then I ended up buying 40,000 because that's how much it took to fill in the whole river.
So after the lava, then where did the process and kind of build go from there?
Yeah, so I wanted to have some depth because I knew I wanted to have an AT-AT in lava. We never see that in Star Wars, but I'm like, hey, you know that? I think it's such a cool thing, and we've never seen that. So I had to make some depth. So I bought just a whole bunch of black 2x4s and really just start with the terrain and making the outline. And then I had to start with the mountain. And the mountain, that was a huge learning curve. I've never built a huge mountain or cliff in Lego, so it was mainly just a Duplo shell, and you'll see that when we go around back. But yeah.
And the terrain itself is really interesting, almost kind of a greebling effect. So what were some of the pieces you used there to create that effect?
Yeah, and again, this is kind of my first time working with greebling and different tiles. And yeah, I just kind of bought a whole bunch of tiles, 1x2 and 1x1 cheese slopes, and mixed it in with some trans orange, and yeah, and just tried to have some different layering effects going on there.
And then you've got these various ships and kind of scenes around, so take us through each of those and what's some of the story happening here.
Oh yeah, so this TIE Fighter, was actually kind of a last minute addition. And you'll see over there I have Han Solo and Chewbacca, and I don't know how they landed on this planet, but I had to make a story for that. So this is a TIE Fighter. They most likely, Han Solo and Chewbacca, they crammed in there, the two of them, and now they're crash landed on Mustafar. And like I said, the AT-AT, I thought it was kind of like the cherry on the top. I thought it'd be so cool to give it scale to the whole castle itself with the height and everything. And that is the UCS one. I wired some lights in there, some light my bricks, and that kind of made it pop. And we can go over this way a little bit. Here's an AT-ST I got. This is the Rogue One which I think is superior to the newer one, but there's some Death Troopers and the AT-ST shooting at Chewbacca and Han Solo there. Yeah.
And then what other scenes in the lava and behind there do we have?
Oh yeah, so Star Wars Revenge of the Sith is by far my favorite Star Wars movie, and you can't make a Mustafar mock without some Anakin and Obi-Wan action. So yeah, I have Anakin and Obi-Wan fighting there on the platform, and I kind of spoiled the ending of who got the high ground, and you can see Anakin is kind of cooked there. And then right above that, I got Palpatine and his shock troopers when he says he's still alive, when he's coming over the hill and he comes and saves Darth Vader. And it's funny, the funny story about the shock troopers is I got those 2 weeks before they announced the Republic gunship. And those are the OG ones. And I was like, I really didn't want to have to pay $80. And then about 2 weeks after I bought those, they came out with the $5 ones in the gunship. So that was kind of funny, but.
Oh, it looks fantastic, though. So that takes us over here to kind of the center section with Vader's kind of castle itself, and then what are some of the troops we have here?
Yeah, so here we have just an Imperial shuttle landing dock to the castle itself, and I had Palpatine, and I had all these clone troopers there, and there's Darth Vader kneeling. If you get close enough, you can see he's kneeling there, and some of his top top agents and top officers there, like Thrawn and Yularen, as well as Boba Fett and Admiral Veers. So yeah. And then I also added a TIE fighter up above. It's kind of added continuity with having the same TIE fighter. I thought it was kind of cool with the burning one and the one flying up above. And also just want to have some lights up there with the height of the castle.
Yeah. There's kind of stuff to look at no matter where you look on the build. Then the massive castle itself is this huge tower. So what was your design approach there? What are the bricks like in there?
Oh yeah, so I started with a lot of different sketches on paper, and mostly it's just built up of 2x2x3 slopes. And I wanted to get a nice angle of the castle, and I tried some different techniques, ideas, but honestly the best solution I found was just doing an old brick build. Just going up and doing that, just that pattern of doing slope and then 4 bricks and slope, and I think it turned out pretty nice. And it's built on the big mountain, which is all Duplo. It's all Duplo built with just black 2x4s on top, and it's kind of like an eggshell-like effect, and a lot of trial and error. I have to say, I did build this probably 3 or 4 times, and it all collapsed, and so a lot of learning along the way, definitely.
Well, there's so much to look at from the front, but even more interiors behind, so we'll take a look at that now.
Yeah, so here's the back side. I try to make like a slice of a cake, so it's try to make a really clean line here. But yeah, starting in the top left, we have a holocron room. So that's where Vader keeps his Sith holocron. And there's a little Easter egg to the left of it. There's Cad Bane, and it's kind of a stretch, but it's kind of a nod to the Clone Wars arc where Cad Bane, he steals the Jedi holocron from the Jedi Temple. So I kind of flipped that, and Mitt did it. He's stealing a holocron from Vader's castle on Mustafar. And then moving over, this is kind of just a cool Easter egg room. This is Darth Vader's trophy room. And you can see there's Darth Vader's Count Dooku's lightsaber hilt. There's Pre Vizsla. There's a whole bunch of Easter eggs in there where, Darth Vader just has some of his, prized possessions, I should say. Over here, this is kind of, I just ran out of room ideas, so I thought I had to please my childhood nostalgia with some complete saga figures. There's Jar Jar Binks, Yoda, Chewbacca, and the old Boba Fett. I thought this was kind of a cool touch. I don't know what Vader's cooking down there, but hey, I gotta have some fun with it. So yeah, moving down, we got, this is kind of the command center, the control where they, just work with communications and stuff. There's a hologram there, and just some top officers there working underneath Darth Vader's castle. And here, this is the main entrance, and it is cool. It does cut all the way through, so you can see the portcullis with the lava fall at the very end of the entrance there. And there's Darth Vader there with his lightsaber at the very end. And I just wanted to have some kind of secret entrance from the front behind the lava fall with that room. And then this is the final room of the bottom section. And this is just the kind of workout area and training room for the stormtroopers. And you can see they're doing some push-ups, doing a bench press there, and I guess the stormtroopers aren't shooting too straight there, but yeah, that was kind of just a fun little room to do, and having the stormtroopers getting their workout in. So yeah, and up here we got, now these are the famous scenes from the movies. So I want to start with the Krennic scene, when Darth Vader says, "Be careful not to choke on your aspirations." So there's my Darth Vader impression for you. But yeah, I thought I had to include that scene. Krennic is one of my favorite Star Wars characters, so that's just the scene where he chokes him, and I thought it was a cool touch there. And then above that, I got the back to tank scene with his servant there that tells him in Rogue One that Krennic has arrived. And I got some light my bricks. I got the red light there blinking with some of the pipes and that we see in the Kenobi show and Rogue One. So and I tried some angles there, just messing around with some different angles of the curved room for that room there. And then the final room at the top is the throne room that we see in really only Kenobi, and we got the hologram, and we got the throne, and Vader is talking to Palpatine like we see in the Kenobi show. And so that's it with all the rooms. I can show you really quickly. Over here, you can see where I keep all the electronics. There's this door that pops open, and you can also see the Duplo way back there. But yeah. And that's just where I can access the electrics box, where I can turn off and on the lights, and just close that panel up. Yeah, and there's multiple doors like that all along this back side. I try to make hidden, like this one here, but anyways, yeah. So
No, that's very cool. Do you know how many pieces are in the whole build?
My estimate is close to 100,000 because I do know there's exactly 40,000 of just the 1x1 orange trans cheese slopes just in the lava river alone. So probably close to 100,000. It's very dense.
It adds up very quickly.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
So really great build here. Do you have plans to expand on this display at all or do other Star Wars projects in the future?
Yeah, I think this is probably, I think this is the last touch I'll do on Mustafar. I think I'm done. I'm kind of sick of black and orange. I've been staring at this for about a year and a half. But yeah, I definitely have some future plans for Star Wars MOCs, but probably something that includes a lot of black. I'll probably start with that. But yeah, so.
Fantastic. Keep up the great work and thank you for taking us through the build.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I am so happy to share with you the finished Theed mock. I am so happy with how this turned out. For this showcase, what I think I'm going to do is we're sort of going to go kind of like what I did with the build series in phases. So we'll start over by the palace and then work our way down all the way to the arch, and then we'll, you know, check out the features and the details of every single section, and yeah, let's get right into it. Alright you guys, so really quickly before we get into the close-ups, I kind of wanted to do an overview of the entire mock with all the minifigs in place, just to sort of get an idea of scale and how everything looks. I'm so happy with the level of detail that I was able to fit into this mock. But yeah guys, let's get into the close-ups of the palace. Alright you guys, so some of you may know that the palace was actually one of the first builds that I actually designed and built for this mock. Originally, I was just going to build and design the palace. However, I was just so happy with the way it turned out that I thought, why not go ahead and build the entire city? So I guess you could say that the palace really did set the tone and kind of my expectations for what I wanted the entire mock to look like. Now, I'm not going to go in depth into the details of this particular build because I do have a separate video where I go over absolutely everything that englobes the palace. So I'm going to leave a link for that in the description. And then in case you're interested, I also have instructions available for this build. So I'll leave a link to those down below as well. So why don't we go ahead and move on to another feature, which is over back there behind those trees. So this is a part of the mock that is rarely showcased as it is so tucked away into a corner of it. From here, you can really appreciate the interior of the palace. But what we have going on here is a really nice little beach. I've placed my custom Boss Nass minifigure as well as Captain Tarpals just to include them in the mock somewhere. The purpose for this beach was not only to help tie in sort of like the water scene with the rest of the build, but also just sort of like create a space where I could display the Gungan sub. As you know, this is the set where the original Queen Amidala minifigure was from, and it sort of was the minifig that sparked the inspiration for this entire setup. So I thought that including this set was kind of important, and I'm really happy that I was able to find a way to integrate it so organically into the mock. I also like how the beach just integrates into this sort of like platform that joins in with the rest of the city. I feel like it looks really, really good. But yeah, let's go ahead and move over to the palace entrance. Now, the palace entrance and subsequently the platform that it's connected to, as well as the mountains that hold up the palace, were one of the parts that I was mostly dreading when designing this mock, because I really wanted to find a way to integrate the palace build organically to the rest of the city. So it really needed to look right and then get the proper proportions to make sure that the palace stood out and you could still tell that it was on top of a really nice mountain sort of build. The statues that are placed in front of the palace, those were particularly difficult to design as well, because they have a very distinct wing design. And originally I had the wings from that Harry Potter Bow-Baton Chariot set, but they just weren't working right. But I did come up with this technique using Technic panels, and I feel like they really do capture the geometry that the wings in both the movie and the video game have. I feel like they just look so good. And the platform itself turned out great. I love the railing detail with those little Technic balls. They just add the perfect amount of detail and sort of like characteristic to it. It just looks really good, and I'm really happy how cohesive everything looks. Like the connection between the palace and the platform and the mountains, it just turned out so well, and I'm just really happy with it. But yeah guys, let's go ahead and move over to this sort of like residential area. Alright, so this little residential area right here can be divided into kind of like 3 sections. The first one being this little garden right in front of this house. Now, this garden was actually a creative liberty taken by me. In the game, this garden is located elsewhere, but I really wanted the city to feel like flooded with greenery. So I feel like locating it here where there would have been rather just an empty plaza was the right choice, and I stand by it. I feel like it really does help add a lot of natural detail to it, and it just looks really nice. The second area is this open courtyard. Now, this courtyard is one of my favorite builds in the entire mock just because of the sheer amount of foliage that it has. It also makes for a very nice entry point to this like second platform. Now it is comprised of 3 main entries. You have one here, one on the other end, and then you have this sort of like more discreet side entrance that I just think looks so good, especially with that little lamppost and the plant right there. Now, another very distinct part of this courtyard is this little round building in the middle. It was kind of challenging to find sort of like the proper way to anchor this building to the ground and make sure that it wouldn't warp because of the way that it's built using hinge plates to connect every section. But I feel like it turned out really, really well, and it's actually got a pretty sturdy build. I'm very pleased just with the overall look of this courtyard, and as you can see on the inside, it has little benches as well as little potted plants, and I've used it to create like little scenes, and I'm just really, really happy with how they look. And then guys, the third part of this entire residential area is definitely going to be the houses. Now, all 3 of them are kind of the same. As you can tell, this one just has a different color of roof, and then I've omitted the awnings as well as changed the bar color from brown to gold. And then these ones do have these awnings in dark red, which just help them, you know, distinguish enough from this one to sort of give the idea there are like very different styles, even though they're kind of like just the same build. But let's go ahead and take a look at what they look like on the inside. All right, so I do apologize a little for the poor lighting, but as you can see, guys, the ground floor of all 3 houses is this kind of like seating area with some really nice dark red pillars and some chairs that resemble the ones used in the palace. However, the second floor for these 2 houses in particular is a bedroom with a different color bed, just, you know, to distinct them between each other. And then the top floor for this house is sort of like a dining room area thing. I wanted to sort of give off the vibe that we have in that scene in Attack of the Clones where Anakin and Padme are eating together. So that was kind of like what I was trying to emulate with this build, and I think it looks really, really good. I'm actually really happy with how they look, and having these open backs give us easy access, you know, to place minifigures and set up different scenes. And I just feel like since you don't see them a lot, it works really, really well. But yeah, guys, let's move on to the next part of the MOC. All right, so this next build is definitely one of the more intricate buildings in the MOC. When designing this building, I had to take a lot of reference from the video game and the movies. However, I did end up making it just a little bit taller to make it work with the Lego proportions. As you can see, it's packed with detail on the outside. I've used those candle pieces to help create very thin pillars up front, as well as a lot of snot techniques on the side to give the idea that it's just covered in like these thicker pillars holding the entire building up. You can also see that these spires are built with snot techniques as well for the roof. And then we also have yet another dome capping off a building, which is just insane, the amount of domes that we have in this MOC. But I'm very, very happy with how it turned out. I love that like gigantic door and the flags that just, you know, cover the entire facades of the building. It just looks really, really nice in my opinion. But let's go ahead and take a look at the inside of this building, because this building, unlike the other ones, does not have an open back. Since it's kind of like dab smack in the middle of the MOC, I had to make it sort of like a modular style. So I can remove the different floors to take a look at the interior details, and that's what we are going to go ahead and do now. All right, you guys, so starting off with the top floor, as you can see, the top floor is a bedroom for this build. It has a very nice wardrobe build taken directly from the video game, as well as an exact build for the beds that we used in the houses that I showed previously. The technique for the windows here is also the same one that I've been using all over this MOC, which I feel just fits in really nicely. And then we also have these 2 like flower vases, I guess. And then the level underneath this is actually a sort of like living area. It's kind of hard to get the camera angle right to showcase everything, so I'm going to go ahead and move it so you guys can get a better look at the interior of the bottom level. So guys, this is just going to be the best way for me to showcase this level. As you can see, it has sort of a bit of a loft space slash balcony that overlooks the main like seating area, and then down there you have a very nice like little console table with some decorations, and the whole room is covered in these like really tall, really thin dark red pillars that I feel like add just the right amount of texture to the walls. And then over on this side we have some more chairs to make this a true seating area, but I think it looks really, really nice. I've also added some lights to the walls, you know, just to add a little bit of extra detail. And I feel like just adding an interior to this building, even though it wasn't necessary, just shows just how much detail I wanted to put into this mock. And I'm just really, really happy with the way it turned out. But yeah, guys, let's move on to the next building. So the next area that I worked on for this mock isn't necessarily a building, as I said. It's more of a like platform with an interior. As you can see, it has this really tall spire and some really nice detailing that, you know, looks out onto the street. But I think we can appreciate it better if we look at it from the back. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so this is definitely a better angle for me to show you where sort of like the old platform ends and this new one begins. So when building, the old platform only made it up to this level, and then the new one merges in with the stairs and goes up all the way up to here. Now, as you can see, I've kept the same railing design all throughout the mock, and I'm really happy with how it looks because it really just helps make everything feel just very tied together. This staircase right here also features a nice arched door. Now, the reason for that is also because I wanted it to feel like the city kind of like continues on through it, to give like this idea of a fake continuation. But yeah, and then like underneath the platform, I went ahead and I included this sort of like communications room with a mini kit Easter egg. I feel like that just fits in so nicely right there, sort of like tucked away in a corner as you would find it in the video game. And then for the top of the platform now, in game and in universe, like this platform continues on, there's like buildings on it and everything. But for this mock, it's merely just a little lookout point surrounded by greenery where you can just sort of like appreciate the beauty of the entire mock. And I'm just really, really happy with how this turned out. But yeah, guys, let's go ahead and take a look at the next building. All right, you guys, so this next building is probably one of my favorites, if not my favorite building in this entire mock. Ironically, it is one of the only buildings to not feature an interior, but I feel like it heavily makes up for that with how good its exterior looks. I feel like it just so perfectly captures the romantic architecture that we see featured all over Theed and Naboo in general. It just looks so nice. Now the dome for this building was a bit of a challenge to design, mainly because of the gaps. I was worried that they would be too large and they would, you know, show too much of the structure underneath. But I feel like they're just the right size, maybe a little bit on the larger side, but you know, I feel like they just work out so well, and you can't really tell that there's like anything underneath holding them up, except for when I put myself in this particular angle, you can kind of see some tan pieces underneath. But overall, I feel like it just looks really nice, and that double facade really does help create sort of like a semi-interior space, you know, to set up minifigs and different scenes, and just, you know, make the building look a little bit more lived out. But yeah, guys, I think now let's go ahead and showcase the final building for this mock. All right, you guys, so the final building, or I guess monument, that I designed and built for this mock was the arch that sort of marks the entryway into the main street that leads up to the palace. And I'm very pleased with how this particular build turned out. I feel like it was one of the most challenging ones, and it required some of the most creative solutions to get the proper shape and geometry that I wanted. But I'm just very happy with how it looks overall. I love the little details done here with the light bluish gray and the dark tan to sort of add those carvings to its walls, as well as the solution used to cover up the gap underneath the roof. And then just the arch design in general, like to get that double curvatured shape, that was a really big challenge, and I feel like it was one of the most fun ones to tackle, and it just really helps sell the entire shape of the whole thing. And then also this arch features one of the best views of the entire mock, which is just looking through it all the way down to the end of Main Street. I feel like that just looks fantastic, and I am completely in love with it. But yeah, guys, that is it for all of these builds. Let's go ahead and talk about what you guys can expect from the channel moving forward. So this is it, you guys. This video marks the ending of all sort of like feed related content on this channel, and I'm honestly just so happy and so proud of how this mock turned out. I really wanted to take a second and thank absolutely every single one of you that have been, following the series along or have supported this mock in absolutely any way. It has just been so fantastic to watch the channel grow and sort of the community grow around it. And I'm just so happy where things are going for the channel itself. I wanted to take a second and talk to you guys about something that I've been working on with a very good friend of mine. I wanted to do something kind of special to celebrate the ending of the Theed mock. So I've been working with him to create a very special art print. This is sort of like what it's going to look like. It's still not finished, but you guys can kind of get an idea. And we will be selling digital copies of these later on, hopefully in a few weeks. And everything that we make from it will definitely help out the channel, and for future videos and future mocks, it would really mean a lot to me if you guys check those out. I will post a link for it down below when there is eventually a link to post. But yeah, moving forward, you guys, everybody's been asking me, what's the next mock, or what are you gonna do next? There will not be a big mock like this for the foreseeable future. Like, this was such a big passion project, and it took up so much time and so much energy. I kind of need a little bit of a break from big mocks. I definitely will continue to be posting weekly. I kind of want to dabble into other, Lego themes. This channel was never purely Star Wars. It was also like city vibes and, just anything that I found interesting. So I'm very excited to get back into that. There will still be Star Wars content, do not fear, and I will be working on some more mocks, obviously to a much smaller scale. But I'm very much looking forward to a continued journey with all of you. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys, and I will see you in the next one.
Hey everyone, Joshua Hinlin here, and today we've got a large Star Wars collaborative layout built by 4 different builders. So if you guys want to introduce yourselves, then we'll dive on in here.
Hi, my name's Andrew, or Lego Reman on Instagram.
Matthew, or Blitzbricks. McLean, or Mandalorian Mac.
Owen, or Robana03.
Okay, and we'll go through each of your sections here one by one, but if you want to start with an overview of kind of the whole scene that you've depicted.
Yeah, so this is Savoria. It's a Bobo collaboration. It's a completely original planet that we came up with its own story, own layout, own terrain, features, everything. So the overall idea is that it takes place after the Clone Wars, early Imperial age. You have Imperial conquest, or conquering land, taking over and expanding into territories that they're not supposed to overall. But it's a pretty big build. It's 15 base plates total, or around 36 722 studs for an area. Yeah. And we have around 500,000 parts and around 100 figs. So
I love that. I love the scale of what you guys have done here, and also just the creativity of kind of coming up with your own original planet is really great as well. So if you want to, you can take us through kind of the particular section you built.
Yeah, so I built a lot of the main terrain that you can see up here, and the village entrance in that small hut over here. I started building, all of us started building around October, so this has been like a year in the making, but a lot of the terrain, McLean came up with it, and we just kind of all agreed on the colors, and we kind of just started building, and we really wanted to go for like a way that it's all its own thing. So it's nothing too much, but it also works and looks Star Wars. And that's what a lot of people have said. It feels Star Wars, and it's great. And we didn't want to be doing flat terrain, so we did layered elevation, where we had you can see rocks inside, you can see the different layers of the earth, and it came together really well in my opinion. So
I think that's a really neat technique where it looks like you just kind of like cut out the sides from like a slice of the terrain of the planet here and then just put it on display.
Yeah, it was a very nice concept that we did, and I really like how it turned out.
So we'll have our next builder come in then, if you want to take us through the section that you worked on.
So I worked on the village in the back here, all these houses, the cantina, the town hall. I did the raised section of the mock, so all this is highest 7 inches and around 6. So yeah, we just did the trees, the forests in here, all the figures, placements, yeah.
what were the main kind of design elements and guides that you used for these buildings as you kind of came up with what the village would look like?
So once we came up with a color scheme, I just kind of took creative liberty and did whatever I thought would work. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
And I like the addition of some texture with some of the like brick masonry bricks and things. What else? What other pieces did you use to kind of avoid just the flat kind of tan wall?
Yeah, I used some headlight bricks to get some studs and some round tiles so that we could add some weathering to the village. It's of course a little bit old compared to the Imperial base. Also with the flashing lights, we wanted to make it seem like a poorer area.
How did you incorporate the lighting into there? Is that kind of all hidden underneath the base?
So yeah, we just did that when we got all the plates together, and we took all the plates off and ran it under. So it's all in the middle, and then it all connects.
Yeah. Are there interiors to the buildings at all?
There's an interior for this building right over here.
And what's inside this one?
This is the cantina, so there's just people discussing, and yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, thank you for that. And then as we go on to our next builder, what did you bring here?
Yeah, so I was in charge of this section, which is just kind of the main hangar area, and basically the biggest challenge with this was getting it to actually have the door open. So the way that I went about this was we had basically we knew we wanted the door to be open, and so we designed the interior, and then I came up with like a frame design for the front of the build, and basically built the details around that, and then built the rest of the structure. So I put together some filler walls, built them up, and then connected them to that main structure that I built initially that's surrounding the door. And then that's what allowed me to actually build the rest of the thing and have it be supported. The main base area right here, this is all separate from the base plates down below. So you can just pop this off and then transport the base plates that it's on top of separately. And that helps a lot with transport.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also kind of a section in the back here as well.
Yeah, super proud of the interior I was able to come up with. One of the things I was trying to do with this was figure out a way to conserve gray parts and add a little bit of color. So I came up with the idea of having these white tanks as part of the facility for whatever the Imperials are using it for. And I think it definitely adds a nice touch. We were able to incorporate the lights into there as well to really make it pop. And then the sand blue accents as well. I'm a big sand blue guy, one of my favorite Lego colors. And so being able to integrate that into the build was definitely a must.
Yeah. What are the main pieces used for kind of the structure of the gray walls here?
Yeah, so for the walls, we wanted to mostly try and use tile as much as we could. But then also we had a pretty good amount of bricks as well, and so we kind of integrated those two styles wherever needed. Some of the detail work, some of the more complex parts use a little bit of like panels and cheese slopes as well. Cheese slopes were definitely a big part. This angled section up here, this was a big area where those cheese slopes came in handy. I was able to incorporate some really nice depth in there and use some panel pieces to make those dark bluish gray bricks kind of jut out just a little bit, which I'm super proud of, and then played around with the angle and was able to get that looking really clean. So that's probably my favorite section of my little part in the collab.
Then we've got a nice kind of minifigure scene happening here with the characters going up the side.
Yeah, so that was something that we were able to work on here at the convention. These guys kind of came around and we built up this wall, and then we were able to come up and add a little bit of story, storytelling to the build, which we were super proud of. That's something that we really enjoy. So being able to add that little bit of extra story so that when people are walking past, they can kind of get an idea of what's going on with the build.
And that brings us to our final builder then.
So I built this L-shaped section in the corner with half of the base. I really wanted to incorporate a lot of angles into this base to make it more unique. So we see there's lots of like stacked cheese slopes that are lined up right there, and some other different techniques like the 45-degree angle plates. And it also worked a lot on the train and coming up with the style for it that they use as a guideline for the rest of the build and like the color scheme. And I really like it because it kind of sets us apart from lots of other Star Wars mocks, and it's very colorful is kind of the goal of that.
So take us through some more of the details of that terrain, and kind of as you were putting together that style, what were you looking to achieve?
Yeah, so we wanted lots of depth, so we see like the lower areas are dark tan, and the higher areas we have grass on them for like some olive color. but we wanted to incorporate the newer like nougat and light nougat colors along with medium nougat, just make it more colorful us, and also like lavender trees, dark orange trees, yellow trees, just make it really pop.
And then what do you guys use kind of underneath the whole thing to get the different elevation changes? Is that all just brick or?
So there's lots of Duplo, so it's like Duplo pillars, and then 16 by 16 base plates, and then there's bricks on top of that. Yep.
Yeah, that's a great technique. So it's really cool to see that. And then in terms of bringing this to the show, how does that work in terms of you guys each transporting your sections and getting it all together?
Yeah. So like every one of these splits into like this own 48 by 48 base plate, and just lots of boxes and shoving into our cars. But most of it disconnects pretty easily. And when we got here, we just wanted to put some tile, excuse me, on the studs to keep it like from the gaps from showing, basically.
What was the collaboration process like for the four of you as you were kind of planning this out and deciding kind of who would do what section, and how did that work?
So we had lots of drawings, and we laid out from the top and split it up, drew it from the top, and kind of laid it out that way. And we had lots of calls trying to figure out all the specifics of the height and all that, so it would line up when we got here on this day. Yeah. And another thing we did was we left where we met up blank, so when we got here we could make sure it matched up perfectly and build on site.
Yeah, that's a good tip. So then you're able to kind of make it all meld together really nicely. Exactly. And we mentioned this earlier, but I love how you did kind of the cut-off rock elements there. So are those, how are those incorporated in there as you guys kind of made sure that you wanted those in the terrain?
Yeah, so lots of it is also snod techniques, and they all like slide out mostly because we had to use some upside down pieces. But we really wanted to use this because it's common in smaller builds, but not that common in larger builds. So we thought that would help it stand out a bit at the convention.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much to you and the rest of the builders here. You all did a fantastic job, and it's a really impressive looking display, so keep up the good work. Thank you.
I'm Mark Borlace. A lot of people know me as Brick Plumber. This is my Death Star, or it's a small portion of my Death Star. Interior scenes, funny scenes. I built it like 10 years ago. Got a couple 100,000 pieces.
Nice.
And like 3,000 lights and funny things throughout. Built it by myself, put it up by myself, and honored that you guys came and are doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's such an impressive layout. There, like you said, the lights really catch your attention. Tons of interior scenes, but we'll start with kind of the main hangar portion out here first. So tell us kind of how this portion came together and then what all you have in this section.
This is what inspired it. I always wanted to build the hangar, so I built this long ago that I had the old UCS Falcon, and it was designed scaled around that, and put the new one in, and I put an interior in it and tried to replicate it as close as I could to the movie. A lot of the things are like in the movie, but there's other things that are embellished, I guess you could say, and changed.
Mm-hmm. So how did you add the lights in here, both kind of in the floor and in the Falcon itself?
The floor is floating up, and the lights are individual lights. All the lights that are in the column and the things are just LED strip lights that you solder together and plan the routing of the wires and whatnot. And it takes a little bit of time. It took me about 1.5 years, 2 years to build it.
That's very impressive. The scale of this is also just huge here. So do you know the quantities of like some of these like individual pieces, like some of those tiles and things you have in the walls?
No, I mean, if I would have 10 years ago, I probably could have told you, but it's been a while. So no, it was just like ordering. I remember my wife would say, just every day, new pieces coming to the house, you know. So
then outside of the hangars, we make our way back over here. What minifigs do you have in this section?
Just a bunch of clone troopers, some custom boxes, some the generals, and a couple guys keeping track of through the elevator here. And then these are just the hallways with just some funny, interesting, all the stuff that you really don't see when you see Star Wars, because these are all the back ways, all the fun characters that I like putting in there. The kids really like it.
Yeah. Take us through some of your favorites if you can on these different levels here and just the minifigs and Easter eggs you've got going on.
Yeah, we've got Benny in here. We've got Sonic. I don't know. There was a comedy skit about Darth Vader, going to the cafeteria. I don't know if you ever heard it. And the guy who had the cafeteria said, "Oh, are you Jeff Vader's brother?" And so that was kind of Jeff Vader, and you know what I mean. And it's just funny things throughout. I have, different themes throughout. We have Darth Maul in here, which obviously was never in there, and so all kinds of interesting. We have, turning off the tractor beam in here. So many iconic things come around the corner over here. We have the Death Star that's always under construction, right? So, and here's a little funny cantina, kind of a bar where they got to go to relax. Then you have the detention basin down below that, and obviously the trash compactor below that.
Yeah, you always got to get kind of the iconic Death Star scenes in there.
Here's where Luke and Leia swing across the area here. And then this is just like one of the turrets that was from the movie. And then over here we have where Darth Vader regenerates, I guess, himself. This is an iconic. It's actually not in the Death Star. It's actually in the Superstar Destroyer, but I like the so much. And then down here is kind of one of my favorite rooms. This is what I call the evil room. It's got it's got it's got the Lego guy. It's got every evil person.
Lord Business in there?
Lord Business and Thanos and and all the different, evil characters throughout. And then this is where they turn on the thing to blow up Alderaan, the control room. And that's it. That's all there is. So, and then this is one day when I expand.
Okay.
Possibly. Maybe.
I mean, it's already so impressive here. So how did you kind of map this out in your mind with all these different rooms? Did it just come through organically, or did you have each room planned out ahead?
No, it was the hangar, and then I decided to kind of add, because it wasn't enough with just the hangar.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Put some more things in there and do some stuff that people would like to look at, So.
Yeah, absolutely. And then what is the sort of overall structure like? You can see a lot of the Technic in the top here.
Yeah, originally I was going to fill this in, and I had built a crate. And so when I wanted to add to it to fill it in, because it would have dripped, it was too tall. So I nixed the plan and left it open. I think it helps the natural light come in there and helps you be able to see inside. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was just more of just covering things up. Originally I planned on covering the whole thing. Things kind of change as you go.
So you mentioned the crate there. What is that process like of bringing this to a show and then setting it up at a place like Brick Slopes?
I need 2 custom crates. It breaks into 2 pieces. Anyway. And I built a crate that goes around it. The crate kind of sandwiches it. It actually is a little smaller with foam. So when I screw it together, it actually kind of compresses, and it does a pretty good job of holding it. I have a cart that I have that'll lift 1,000 pounds. So I slide this off, put the crate around it, and load it up, and then do the same thing with the next one, and just the cart lifts up and down.
Yeah.
It's a one-man show, so that's how you can do it.
No, that is a great operation, and I love all the fun little details here. As the public comes up to this build, what are some of the things they tend to notice here? What do you hear people talking about?
The quirky figures that I've put in here, obviously, and obviously the scale. They love how large it is. And they love all the iconic scene, the trash, the retention basin, but they also do love the arcade and that. You know what I mean? It's just a fun build. So,
yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for bringing this out to the show here and for taking us through it. It's really great work.
I appreciate you coming.
My name's Caleb. You guys might also know me on YouTube as Firebird Bricks, and this is my Battle of Christophsis build. It's about 45,000 parts. We have 211 minifigures here between all the droids and the clones, Anakin, Obi-Wan Kenobi. So there's a lot of details that I've tried to pack into this build. It's actually based on about the first 3.5 minutes of the Battle of Christophsis from the 2008 Clone Wars animated movie. And so basically what we have going on here is a couple of different scenes all compiled into one build. So you have the clones on the offensive here, kind of making their way over this trench. And in the movie, you can see them coming over this trench section here. You got these guys with their long blasters and everything shooting over against the droids. And then you also see there's about 3 ATRTs, which are these guys right here, that go jumping over the trench in the scene. I managed to include one of them here because I can only make the mock so big. but I love these. These are most of these are Brick Vault models. So this guy's from Brick Vault right here. And then in the back, you also have these large AV7 cannons, which are also from Brick Vault. They're incredible designs. In the movie, they got 4 of them, so I managed to include 2 of them with this scale. A fun Easter egg here, in the movie you can see that there's a clone commander that also pets R2-D2, so I had to include that. There's a little fun Easter egg. And then a couple of brick-built crates in the back as well, which if you look at the movie, they're relatively accurate. So I tried to go for accuracy with this build. I've done some other stuff in the past where I tried to do some fun little funny details, a little bit more Lego Star Wars meme-y type of stuff, but this is more for the accuracy is what I tried to go for. So as you move into the center of the battle here, you have Obi-Wan Kenobi cutting down a B-2 battle droid, and then also in the movie, Commander Cody kind of kicks, like roundhouse kicks one of these droids and they go flying, so I had to include that there. And then something when I was making my mock series on this that people said they needed to have included on every video, every comment was saying, you got to get the clone punching the droid because that's iconic. So we have that guy right here punching this droid in the face. And then in the center of the battle, we have this large Octopara droid. So in Christophsis, there's 3 Octopara droids, and there's a scene where Anakin jumps down off the roof of a building with Captain Rex and a couple of clone lieutenants with their jetpacks and stuff. I've used 501st clones here, which I learned are technically inaccurate, but I really like the figures, so I included them anyways. So we got Anakin on the top of the Octopara droid, and I managed to include a battery box inside the head of the Octopara droid. I had to modify it a little bit. This is based off of a design by Phoenix Building Studios, which is an incredible model. So I had to make the head a little bit bigger, and I was able to include power in here to get a couple of LEDs lit up, which I'm very happy with. So then moving back further here on the battle, I tried to include a little bit of damage detail. So we've got these droids in a little bit of a crater here. This is a technique that I learned from Coconut Brick Studios, and just trying to get a little bit of embers looking like this thing had been blown up and it's still kind of rubble burning and stuff like that. And then further in the back, we have these armored assault tanks and also one of the Corporate Alliance tank droids. These are also Brick Vault. But a challenge with this build was trying to include all of the lighting and as many wires hidden as possible, which I think I've done a pretty decent job with, but it's my first time building a large-scale build, and so trying to include all of the different flicker effects and all of the different lighting to make things make sense. I try to have logic for every explosion that I've built into here, so with this explosion here, it's coming right from the cannon of this tank. As you can see, the blinking light there, just kind of blowing up this bridge with all the destruction detail and stuff. And we got this clone here with his helmet flying off a little bit. And these guys are running away from the blast because I guess they saw it coming a little bit sooner. So yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. Up on the top here, we also have a M5 Builds Republic gunship. This is pretty close to minifigure scale. And I love the brick-built doors on it. That's one of my favorite details and one of the reasons I chose to use this model. But I thought it was really fun to try and get this mounted up way high above the build to make it look like it was kind of flying in and everything.
This is really fantastic work here, and it's great to hear kind of the details of the battle layout. And of course, you've got these buildings as well, the buildings and the different colors, which is what really makes this stand out, I think, apart from a lot of the Star Wars builds we see. So talk about kind of the design of those buildings and how you incorporated those different colors.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. So, sorry, excuse me. As you can see, there's a lot of trans yellow used here. I had to buy about 4,000 trans yellow 1x2 bricks, which was quite the investment, but I think it gives the look for the buildings that I was going for. But these skyscrapers in Christophsis all have this similar like hexagon design to them. And so I started out by prototyping one of the sections of the wall and then built that out in a ring and then built 30 levels of them with the help of friends and family, of course, which was really nice because it's a pretty repetitive building task. So yeah, and then also you can see all these crystal structures that are coming up on the sides of the buildings. Christophsis is a planet that has this very large like blue crystal landscape. And so I tried to include all of these large crystals growing up on the side of the buildings. And it was a bit tough to choose the color because they're supposed to be somewhat see-through actually. So the option was either trans blue, so you could kind of see through that, or it was going to be this medium azure. And in other iterations of this build that I've seen people do in the past, most of them have chosen trans blue for that transparent effect, but I really wanted a more vibrant color. So that's why I went for the medium azure. And it's also a little bit easier on the wallet than trans blue because this much trans blue would have cost me an arm and a leg. So I'm very happy with this choice, and I've had some people say that they think I chose the right color, so I think it looks pretty good.
These are some big chunks of bricks, it looks like, with the blue section. So how are those attached on there structurally?
Right, so most of them I actually assembled into the structure of the building. So I used some 1x6 plates coming out from the inside of the building and then just kind of built around that to get them attached on the whole way up. The one on the top right here actually just kind of sits on there and hangs off the back a little bit. And then some of the other ones on the bottom down here just kind of sitting on the ground, held in by gravity.
Another thing that I love is the way you did the kind of ground level here, and you talked about that crater earlier, but how did you make these kind of different formations and shapes that make up the ground?
Yeah, absolutely. So on Christophsis, you have this hexagon pattern. It's used for the buildings, it's used for the groundwork. It's a shape that you see throughout the entire architecture of the planet. And so I wanted to include this hexagonal structure for the ground. And there's a number of different ways that you can accomplish that, of course, but a hexagon is not an easy shape in Lego. It's just definitely not natural for Lego to be in hexagon shapes. So I decided to go for just a simple brick-built snot structure. I've seen other people include tiles to kind of get some more defined lines around them. But I figured since I was investing a lot of money and time into this project, I wanted to try and save my money for other parts and things. So I went for as much of a simple kind of hexagon as I could to get the effect but not spend too much on it. So yeah, I got together. It was actually really fun. My wife and a couple of friends, we got together one evening and we just sat there building hexagons over and over and got it all laid out. And I over-ordered parts a little bit, unfortunately, for it, but it all worked together and it came out looking pretty good.
Really great work. And I know you mentioned one of the explosions earlier, but I wanted to revisit those. You got two fantastic explosions you built here. So what types of pieces do you find kind of work well for that to create that effect you're going for?
Yeah, so I saw a tutorial on YouTube about how to make these. And I just fell in love with this technique, and I use it in pretty much all of my builds now because it's so simple. But it's using these kind of like, I believe they're like a rock geode piece in trans orange, and you can use those to build almost like a ball that can sit on top of a piece, and then you can attach things on top of it because it has all of these studs on top. And so I've used also, I'm not exactly sure of the name, but it's a round part with all of these clips around the edge here. So it helps you to get a little bit more of an organic shape to the explosion because you can angle things at all these different angles, so it doesn't look quite as blocky and square.
One really neat detail is the gun that's flying off separate from the soldier there.
Thanks, I'm glad you like that. Yeah, I do enjoy figure posing and stuff, so I try to get a little bit of fun elements like that.
And with a layout of this size, when you bring it to the show, what was your setup process like for all this?
Yeah, so I'm really grateful for my wife because she decided that we should probably start packing this up on Friday night before the convention. I was planning on waiting till Sunday, but it was definitely a good call because we ended up having to custom build boxes for just about everything because the road is built in a snot technique. It just kind of sits on top there, and if you move it, it slides around all over the place. So what I ended up doing is there's large gray base plates under here. We disconnected things and kind of separated it some, and then took flat cardboard and slid the road in 3 different sections onto the flat cardboard, and then built up boxes around that, and then built a box for those boxes to get it all into our vehicle. But I'm really happy that it was able to all fit. One thing I would definitely do differently in the future is build these buildings so they could split in half, because they're actually one solid unit. So putting them in my car was not good. Because like the evening before, I was test fitting things to make sure it all fit in the car. So I measured a building and I got up to the top of the roof and it was 32 inches. I said, okay, I went and measured my car and it said 28 inches. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to figure something out here because this is not gonna work. So I ended up having to stick it on the seat in the second row of my vehicle and kind of tilt it at a 45-degree angle to get it in. But thankfully it all worked out. Nothing broke. It took about 3.5 hours to set up, which I was pretty happy with. I got here on Tuesday because I wanted to leave myself enough time in case anything went wrong. And thankfully it was pretty easy, got it all set up, and we were good to go.
Well, that's fantastic. Great work here. Thank you so much for taking us through all the different details of the builds, and it's wonderful to see what you brought out here. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey there, Joshua Hanlon here at Brick Fair Chantilly, and we've got this massive Lego Star Wars Citadel collaborative layout. I've got the builders with me here. If you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Yeah, I'm Liam. And I'm Jared.
Okay, and if you want to give us an overview of what this depicts.
Yeah, so this map is the Renvar Citadel. Last year we did Renvar Harbor, so this is the other map from the Battlefront 2004 game. So Different styling, more building focus, less open space, but we went with the Phase 2 clones. In the Xbox Live patch, you could actually, with Battlefront 2, play with those style of clones. So we went for a different style of clone, but the original map, and yeah, it was a lot of fun to build, a lot of fun to display all the clones from the new battle packs. So had a lot of battle packs purchased, and that helped to set us up for quite the epic battle.
Do you know how many minifigures or pieces are in the build total?
Yeah, it was a stretch there toward the end, but I had to hit the 700 number. So we combined with our collections, we got 700 on there.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Very impressive. And we'll start with the left side over here then, if you want to take us through your section.
Yeah, absolutely. So I built the left side and Liam built the right side. So starting here, you can see the clones have made an advance. We have some smoke damage of where some rounds have hit. We've got heavy troopers. We've got a lot of carnage leading up to this main platform area. A dead droidica there, smoke coming off the AAT, and explosion. We threw lights in there about 20 minutes before World of Lights last night, so nice addition there. We got Galactic Marines and Jedi Bob leading the advance up to the left. Not included in this mock, there is a staircase just to the left of here that would lead up there, so that's a continuation, the same as Sol. We got a Dwarf Spider Droid getting hit up there on the wall. All the way up on the top there, we have the Sentry Array, which is the planetary bonus from Battlefront 1 if you capture all of the Rinvar maps. So yeah, we have them leading up this way. Our headcanon for this map, and to fill that space up there right through the center, you can see there's a frozen ray shield, separatist ray shield, that they are trying to thaw out right there in the middle. I tried to include that up there, and that's why the Republic's advancing now. The ray shield's offline. They're trying to thaw it out. They got flamethrowers up there trying to warm it up. But down here in the center bottom area, you may not be able to see the light in there is kind of going out now, but that includes Anakin in there talking to a Jedi Master. In the original Attack of the Clones game from 2002, Anakin and Obi-Wan go to Rinvar to talk to an old Jedi Master and how to defeat some ancient Sith weapon that was hidden here. So that was another throwback reference there. And the catacombs are featured in the game as a command post as well. So moving on to the right here, these clones are getting mowed down by a Separatist turret, and that kind of leads right into Liam's section over here.
Yeah, so clones are making multi-pronged attack. There's a lot going on over there, a lot of them getting mowed down, but we've got another couple advances here. As you can see here, they've captured this command post and they're pushing forward. They have their trusty Tauntaun friend manning the turret right behind back here. And as they push forward, they've split the droids' reinforcements. So we've got a gunship landing with a bunch of airborne troopers and Kit Fisto leading the charge. General Grievous is trying to counter them with some Magna Guard support, but the droids are really in for it with the ATTE we've got down here. That's going to be starting to blast away at some of the remaining tanks. They've already taken out a few. I think the droids' main saving hope is a bunch of commando droids we've got in the back there. They're about to spring their assault, but the plot armor from Fives and Echo may be able to just counter that. So it's debated historical fact, but I choose to believe that the Christmas minifigures were actually present during this battle. So you can see Baby Yoda and Grogu and the regular Christmas Yoda leading the carols over there, and then over here underneath, the sacred texts were stolen and are being delivered to the conglomerate of dark side Christmas characters. So overall, we had a really great time doing this build. I think the battle here is a little bit embellished from what you see in the game, where you only get 20 reinforcements, but it was really cool to be able to bring everything to life. Like Jared said, add the lights for the explosions. One of the things we ended up putting in toward the end of the build process was the droidicas. That was Jared's call with the bubble shields. I really like that add. I think those came together really well. We've got 4 of them, so those things are going to be a pain to try and take out.
Talk a little bit more, if you can, about your approach to terrain and kind of mixing the white snow and ice effect with the gray buildings. How do you sort of balance that out to make sure there's enough of each kind of color represented?
Yeah, so on my side, I had a little bit less of the terrain issue because Liam has all that over here to the right. But from my perspective, I kind of went with more plating to signify the texture of a lot of clones running through that area, just as this main assault comes up here. And just trying to, be random with it. Reach into a bin. Hey, it's a white piece. Put it down. Most of the top surfaces are white, as you can see, kind of on the like the ledges and the walls area there. But Rinvar, the weather's not like Hoth. It's not constant snow, so you can kind of play with it a little bit. It doesn't have to all be snowy. And then where some of the areas are where there's no snow, to save money in white brick. I put little heat lamps around, so you can kind of occasionally see one of those, little circular thing with a yellow light to kind of signify, hey, that's why there's no snow there. It's all melted. Try to mix that up a little bit.
Yeah, and just in general, I think you can try and craft the perfect amount of placement of each piece, but when it gets down to it, that's not how weather works. That's not how snow works. Wind blows, snow falls, and you kind of just try and incorporate it as integrated as you can, but also adding a little bit of randomness. So in terms of the snow over on this side, we had last year a large amount of flat brick, and it was all snot. And that was fine for a flat battlefield, but we tried to incorporate over here a little bit more of a hill, a little bit more sloping up. So these are all built sideways, just placed right in. Honestly, they're not even really snapped in. They're just kind of balanced on some brick. So just try and incorporate that as well with a lot of those sloped pieces and rounded pieces to just give that, wind-blown effect.
One of the unique aspects of the layout that catches your eye is the architectural details over here on this left side as well. So you've got some arches, some kind of struts coming out, that kind of thing. What are some of the challenges with that, and what pieces did you use to capture some of those interesting angles?
Yeah, so I actually live in Alabama, so this transit was the hardest part for this thing. So it actually held up structurally really well. So the flying buttresses are supporting the wall a little bit. I used a lot of the slope pieces, got them on Pick-a-Brick Online, and just kind of had to slope those down. I played the game a lot, market research. We were telling our wives, hey, we gotta play the game to figure out what it looks like. And I would play as the Jet Trooper, and that's about the height I would use to calculate it. How high can the Jet Trooper fly? How high is that buttress? How high how high do I need to make that there? So that was a lot of trial and error to get the height right, especially how it kind of clips into the wall on the stairwell to the left. But through trial and error, I got it, and I think it turned out pretty well. But yeah, it was a lot of slope pieces, a lot of orders of slope pieces. So.
And then what are some of your kind of favorite minifigures or scenes that you've got throughout here, and where did you source a lot of these from?
Well, luckily, we've been collecting Lego for quite a while. So some of the more rare figures we didn't have to purchase, a couple we did. I think one of my tried and true favorites, I've got the original Phase 2 Captain Rex over here, about to take out that gun emplacement. Again, the plot armor is very thick there, so that's always a fun ad to throw him in. One of my favorite characters. I think probably that would be the same opinion for a lot of people. So that was a good incorporation. Jared?
Yeah, so I think my favorite spot's probably up here with Jedi Bob. I mean, it's the original Jedi Bob, and Jesse, who's my favorite ARC trooper, and we got Bakara and some Galactic Marines up there. Just a little bit of difference to see that. But there's some fun little additions throughout. We do have a lot of named characters scattered throughout. I mean, here you can kind of see it a little bit. It's Waxer and Boyle, Cody, and Obi-Wan there, and yeah, there's a lot of fun little ads. Vaughn's up front there, just in front of the explosion as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, and so for some of the more unique characters, obviously that Lego hasn't made, Waxer, Boyle, we've got Fives, Jesse, Dogma, Echo, we've got all those characters in. So definitely had to go with some custom pieces there. But one of the things we tried to do was, because we were basing it off of the Battlefront 2 character selection, we actually went and got custom helmets for the jetpack troopers. We got custom helmets for the airborne troopers, which were the snipers. There's one or two actual clone engineer custom helmets in here as well, and a couple heavy troopers. So really just trying to incorporate as much of the realistic character selection that you could play as from the game.
Where do you find is the best resource for some of those extra custom elements?
Yeah, so I think we probably have a pretty good mix as far as the helmets from Clone Army Customs and Grandpa Clone Customs. I think weapon-wise, I want to say, I know we actually, when we got here, I needed quite a few more blasters, so I went over to Brick Tactical. And they hooked us up. There's some really good pricing on the blasters there, and they look really good. And then, I don't remember, but I think you got some weapons from another vendor, Jared?
Yeah, mostly from Clone Army Customs for me, yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned you're in Alabama, so you guys are in different locations. So talk a little bit more about sort of that collaboration process as this build came together. How do you communicate and share updates?
Oh, yeah. So he actually flew down just before we started in May. We started in May for this one. And so we got the height of the top platform down. And so that's where we kind of started. So this is the maximum height, and we worked down from there. But a lot of Skype calls, a lot of video calls. Hey, a lot of pictures back and forth. This is the height. Where are you at? This is my height. So yeah, a lot of Skype calls, a lot of pictures, a lot of communication is necessary when you're trying to line these things up.
Yeah, and I think really taking a lot of pictures, drawing a lot of stuff out, even just, good old pencil and paper, trying to break it down by plate. Where does your plate come until? Where do we have to put each tower? Where do we have to put each wall? We actually had some overlap. So when Jared got here, we, thanks to my wife for letting us use the kitchen and living room to display the whole thing. Somehow our kitchen table with the leaves was able to fit the whole thing. But we set it all up. That was the very first time it had actually physically been together. So we took a little time. I think there was only one section that was off by one stud placement. So we had to do a little bit of work on the wall. But other than that, it came together really well. And we were really able to just kind of take that time before we ended up coming to the convention to make the seams look a little bit more seamless, give a little bit more reinforcement so that when we brought it here, it just kind of all went together, honestly, even better than I thought it would. Sometimes with the tables, you're never sure, table, floor, all that stuff, if it's going to line up properly, but I think it ended up doing a lot better than I thought it would.
When you guys are collaborating, is there much of kind of a give and take of like kind of reining in maybe a crazier idea or, seeing what you can add in a certain section, that kind of thing?
We always consult one another, but I think we're pretty much on the same page. So I would say we're good to go. So no reining in required. We'll see. We're basing it off the maps. There's only so much you can do. So yeah.
Gotcha.
And I think that's important. I think we both come from the standpoint of we want to be as accurate to the video game as we can from one perspective, but also have fun with it. So I think the foundation is let's make it structured to what we see, to what you can play as, and then from there, yeah, I agree. I don't think there's really any idea that's not worth mentioning. And we'll talk it through and, even just the rationalization of, well, would that really make sense? Would they really come from that angle? Would they really, so just talking through those things. But I think there's a really good give and take between, and we've been friends for quite a while. We went to school together, so a lot of similar ideas, and then just really able to incorporate things really well.
Yeah. Awesome work, guys. Thank you so much for all the effort you put in here. It's been great to see you coming back to Brick Fair bigger and better, so I can't wait to see what you do in the future. Thank you. everyone, Joshua Hinlin here at the Assembled Show in Borken in Germany, and we have got a giant Tatooine layout here for you today. This is a collaborative build. I've got one of the builders with me now, so if you want to tell us your name and then kind of give an overview of what this whole layout is.
Yeah, sure. My name is Frank. I'm a member of Banta Bricks, and I built this together with my girlfriend and upcoming wife this year, Xenia. It started about 6 years ago with sets. Then I started with some base plates, and next step was Jabba's Palace. And it was getting bigger and bigger over the years. So today is the first time we are over 8 square meters. In total, we are talking about 129 base plates in ton, original Lego for sure. And there's so many nice stories in between. Yeah.
That's incredible. We'll get into all of those stories, but we can start now with kind of the palace over here. So I know that's kind of where the build started for you a little bit. So what can you tell us about that? And then there's an interior there, right?
Yeah, there's an interior. Also the Jabba's Palace, I'm working for over 4 years now, I think. Details and more details, and Xenia can lift it up if you want. It's modular, it's 3 modulars.
Oh, I love it. So you get to see all the cool details down inside there. Fantastic. And then you've got the great kind of landscaping all around and just kind of sits in there.
Yeah. Also in there a few skins, original skins like C3PO. Yeah. Took a lot of work.
And this was one of the first buildings you had on the layout?
This was, I think, my first mock of Tatooine, and over the years it was getting bigger, and you learn different techniques of building, and sometimes I wasn't happy with details, so I changed things. Yeah, it was pure fun.
It's neat to see kind of how modular it is. You can see kind of the different sections. So then when you bring this to a show, it kind of transports in all these different sections.
It's also for the people nice to look inside, so really cool.
Lets the public appreciate the cool builds. So as we move out from there then, what else is in kind of this section right here?
In this section we have the Sarlacc pit, the pod racer scene we have the escape pod from the original scene, and then we go over to Mos Eisley. Yeah, a lot of sand structure, which is not a nice work. It's cost nerves. So.
Just adding all of the kind of texturing.
Yeah, that's it. I love it.
What are the pieces you use to kind of create all that texture?
I don't know how are these called. We had them.
It's like the ingot type piece. Yeah.
The pick-a-brick wall from Lego, where I saw them first, and I straight had the idea to use them. And yeah, it turns out good, I think.
There's a tremendous amount of those. Do you know how many pieces are in the layout at all?
No. I would like to know, but I don't start counting now. So, no.
And then you've got these nice kind of mountain sections. Those kind of help, add some more landscape and texture. What pieces did you use to make those?
I grab in the box and I use what I have most times, yeah. I have a lot of tons, so.
Yeah, lots and lots of tan. I see some kind of cheese slopes in there, lots of small kind of 1x1 pieces to get that detail look.
Yeah, that's it. Nice. And then we came to the Sandcrawler, the latest set. Most vehicles on here are sets, so I like to present sets this way. And the hangar was a funny thing. Xenia said, I want to build the Millennium Falcon, and just as a joke, I said, okay, when you do the Millennium Falcon, I build a hangar. And it was, nice work.
This is massive here. So how did this kind of come together for you? Do you build it in a bunch of smaller sections and then just kind of put those together?
Just 2 sections,
okay,
which are split here in a half, here, and I can take them apart. Cost about 2 months to build. I was sitting inside and building around. So now Xenia takes over.
So this is all very, very impressive here. What can you tell us about kind of some of the details and story in this section?
Over there we have the cantina base. It was also a set. And around all these buildings and the small hangar. From Mandalorian, yeah.
So it's like, you know, this is the initial hangar, and then you get the really big one over here.
I built this one, the small hangar first, because I never built round before. I needed to learn to build round, and the next step was a big hangar, and another one will follow.
How did you kind of figure out how to get the round shape? What did you use to kind of connect all those up?
I don't know the name. Maybe you can help me.
Just trying to pull off a section here.
How are these called?
Oh, okay, like a hinge piece. Okay, I see. So yeah, you attached all of them up with different hinges, and that way you're able to get the big round shape.
There are more in there.
Okay.
So
cool. Thanks for showing us that. It's always neat to see kind of behind the scenes. And then what are some of the kind of minifigures doing around here?
we are telling different stories, some original scenes and some fun scenes. And on the right side is also a hangar. It was also one of my first Tatooine builds. It's a rebel hangar. You know, Xenia and me, we are doing cosplay. It's a Cantina base 717, and we represent a rebel cosplay. Okay. So that was a backstory for that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you've got all sorts of cool details out here in front. Yeah. So lots of minifigures, kind of action happening. Yeah. What are they working on there?
Yeah. Maybe they prepare an attack. I don't know. What's really cool about this is all modular, so on every convention we can build it up different. Oh, yeah. So we can build it up as an angle or like here.
So it kind of always keeps it interesting for you, and you can set it up. It's not the same thing every time.
Sure. Sadly, we forgot 2 boxes at home. Normally it's even bigger.
This just wasn't big enough.
No. And 3 days ago we also we made 1 square meter sand structure extra for this event to reach 8 square meter.
That's incredible. So is it just the 2 of you that have worked on this whole thing, or are there other members of the group that?
It's just Xenia and me. Yeah.
That's a lot of impressive work there.
I think it's getting a lifetime project maybe.
I like the net technique you did here. So it kind of lets the pieces hang down there.
And also in every convention we bring different vehicles with us. We can change this hangar with a ghost inside. And yeah, the next step will maybe be for next year we will light it up, the Millennium Falcon and some buildings. That's our next step, I think.
Lights always make things look so cool.
Sure, of course.
How long does it take you to set this whole layout up when you come to a show like this?
Only 2 or 3 hours, if we are good prepared. This convention we were not good prepared. Sorry about my bad English.
No, you're doing great. That's fine. So it's not too much hassle. It's not too hard to set it all up then.
No. We do this for fun, so we want to enjoy it. That's it. Without stress.
There you go. And I think you mentioned the sand crawler earlier. I don't know if we saw much of that out here. So what are some of the details in front of this section here? What's happening out here?
Jabba selling stuff, stealing stuff. What's always happening. This is our only mock on this scene.
What are some of the details there? How did that kind of come together for you? I like the little blades on the sides.
You know, we have a lot of bricks at home, and I like to grab some boxes and to build out of the box. Yeah, and this came out.
There we go. Well, thank you both for all of the work that you put into this layout here. It's massive, and there's so much to look at, I'm sure. One thing I really like about the way you did this, too, is it's very low. So I think kids can really enjoy it a lot more than as well.
It's the first time we build it up like this, and we love it, too. Really, it's cool.
Well, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. It's a pleasure.
My name is Kevin Dark. This is my Lego TIE Fighter factory. For those that have played Force Unleashed, there was a level in it that was a TIE Fighter factory. This was something pointed out to me by people on the internet. I actually remembered the AT-AT factory on it, so that's what I was sort of basing this off of. I always thought it was just a really cool concept to build something that, moving. I do a lot of building things, or a lot of moving things. There's also a video game, Portal 2, where there's an entire level where you're in a factory of sentry bots being assembled, and there's lots of assembly lines going all over you, and I just thought that was so cool, so I wanted to try to kind of create something to recreate that. So this up here, the top conveyor belt, was sort of the initial start of this. I had to do a lot of testing on this because I couldn't figure out, or I couldn't find something that already existed that would do what I wanted to do. And so once I did a lot of testing and made sure that that could work, then everything else just sort of came into place on it.
And there's so much to look at here. I love that. So you've got kind of the two main moving conveyor belts there. What's kind of driving all that behind the scenes?
So the belt on the top here is run by two motors in the back. It's a pretty simple system. There's just a belt going around, and then every now and then there's a little track link on it. So these actually just kind of pop right off, and you put them on, and then the track link just pushes them around. And this bottom assembly line here, that one was actually a lot harder. I don't tend to put a lot of Mindstorms into larger builds. I spent a while trying to figure out a way to do this mechanically, but I couldn't figure out a way that wouldn't break down constantly. So this was actually my first real working of a Mindstorm into a larger system build. It ended up being way simpler than I thought it was. I'm going to definitely do Mindstorm on a lot more stuff. But so there's just two Mindstorm motors on there. One turns it, the other one brings it down, pulls it back up.
It's very effective. And what else do we have happening kind of on the sort of factory floor here?
Yeah, so when I do builds, I like to try to think of them as either a freeze frame, where everything's still, or motion, where things are moving. So I like to try to have things that are still, like people and things like that, just sort of have it be reasonable that they would be not moving a lot. So for the I guess you can call it like a tram at the front there, where it's bringing the central pods for the TIE fighters, I needed a reason for that not to be currently moving. So I created a bit of a work hazard here, where one of the new employees has spilled some crates in front of the track, so the tram has to stop, and there are other employees around chewing them out. I have a lot of little scenes going around. In the back there, I have a couple of droids having a little conversation, some more down below. This level down here, there is the cantina, where you have employees lining up for their meal. They're having some pizza. Let's see, further down there. Yeah, actually, these bottom levels here of just building the rooms, I had so much fun. I built those first, and I didn't want to stop. I just wanted to keep going up, but I knew I had to start doing the assembly floor. But on the level below that, actually, there's a section where there's like a molten steel being poured into molds, and then next to that is a assembly line of TIE Fighter helmets.
So all sorts of factory units going on here.
Oh yeah, I wanted to create as many little things as possible. On the floor above that, I know he's already moved past it, but I have an armory, just a general pipe room, because you can't have a factory without a pipe room, and then a bathroom, because nobody ever builds any bathrooms into Star Wars builds. And of course, there's the toilet overflew, and the factory employee there is getting a protocol droid to clean up the mess.
I love that. So even with a super sort of industrial design, you have a lot of fun and some fun scenes throughout it here.
Yeah, I think that's something I wanted to work into. I didn't want it to be like an overly serious build. I wanted to have a lot of little, because, I mean, Star Wars people, they're just people. They got lives, they got stuff to do, they got work hazards. Everyone here is just on their 9 to 5, so.
And another part of this is kind of the top section. So you've got some nice greebling around the edges, and then what's happening on top?
Yeah, so I wanted to create the look that I'm I'm cutting something in half. You know, like there's old books where it would show you like a car cut in half or something like. That's what I wanted for this. The initial build that I built for the ceiling here, it had to be thick in order to be structurally supported. Like there's a Technic frame going through the whole thing. In the original build, it was just solid, and I didn't quite like the look of that. So it was a friend of mine that gave me an idea to do the greebling. So I just put one thin layer of plates in there, just covered in greeblings. And then on the top, I wanted to show you like the top of the factory. So there's 2 full landing pads for TIE fighters, and then 2 partial ones in the back there. And then there's one landed TIE fighter, and then there's a couple of ground crew there, and lots of little bric-a-brac of things that would be happening at an airfield. And the TIE fighter is my own design on it. The wings and everything in this was my own design.
And tell us a little bit about that design here, because obviously that's kind of a big part with those rotating around there. What pieces did you use for that?
Oh yeah, here, I'll pop one off and show you here. So you can kind of see like an idea of how this is assembled here. Ooh, I hope I don't break this here. Okay, I can break it a little bit. Yeah, so you can see I built it in 6 different sections, and they all just kind of clip together here. It's a very tight connection. If you drop one, they will explode. But yeah, it was something that I was amazed managed to actually work. It was something that, like, as I was putting it together, I was like, "There's no way the angles of this are going to end up being good." But no, it worked out. It worked out great. I was very happy with it.
No, it's very effective. Yeah.
I'm just going to step that there.
So then, for the overall build itself, you've got these big columns. What's that like structurally keeping all this running?
The columns are almost entirely solid here. You see these vertical support here. I have a lot of those, so I worked them into the back wall, into these, and then these are just the rounded pieces on snot bricks behind it. But I wanted them to not be a weak point of it, so they are solid. Like you can use them as like a baseball bat. And the wall too, the wall behind it. My biggest concern was just that it was going to be too heavy to transport, because it is like 8 bricks of just solid brick.
Sometimes you just need all that in there.
Yeah. I mean, it honestly, like I ended up like it's sturdy.
When you move it to the show, then how does it transport?
Oh, it breaks into so many different sets. Like each of the columns break off. Even like this upper level here, it has break points where they all like break off into little sections here. The ceiling, the top is 16 by 16 plates with tiles on it. So all the plates just come up. That was actually a big mistake I made because when I built this at home, I took off all the 16 by 16 plates, and I was like, it will be obvious how these go back together. And then I got here and I spent like an hour with my fiance just puzzle piecing them back together. It was a nightmare. But yeah, like the top section, once you take all the top pieces off, there's a few 2x4 tiles mixed in with the 2x2s. You just pop those off and the entire thing just breaks into 3 sections. The back wall is 2 sections. Even most of the floor here actually just pops right out so I can service it. And yeah, the whole thing just breaks down into little bite-sized pieces, and you can put in boxes and take them anywhere.
No, I love that. And then another added element to the movement is the lights as well. So how did you incorporate lighting throughout this? What types of lights do you like to use for a build like this?
So I use tiny little lights from Light My Bricks. This is my second build working with them now. I love them because they're so small you can really like sandwich them in between things here. It took a little while to figure out how I wanted to do the hanging lights from the ceilings on it. But once I did, I mean, the ceilings are just 3 plates thick. So there's one plate that's like the ceiling you see from the bottom, one on the top, and then there's one gap where I can put in the wires for it. I did actually have one issue with it, which you can actually see if you keep going around the edge there. The top 2 lights are off. I had to do some servicing on it, and while I did that, some of the loose wires got tangled into the belt and just ripped to pieces. So, yeah, so I lost a couple of lights there. I'm still deciding whether or not I want to like disassemble it and put new lights in, or just put a little ladder underneath it and put a technician fixing the lights.
Tried and true method.
Yeah. So I'm still really kind of getting the hang of working in lights and wires into like if you look at the back end of this, mechanically everything is like organized and beautiful, and then there's just a rat's nest of wires going everywhere.
Can we take a look at the behind it at all? I don't know if we're able to see that, then you can maybe explain a little more of some of the mechanisms that we have here, even just the back panel and everything.
Yeah. So the back panel here. Everything's just kind of snot connected to keep it just like as best I can do here. On one of the motors there, you can see I did some ad hoc, like at the show, kind of snot connections there because this whole section is just kind of coming off every now and then. And then here, I'll try to stick a light underneath if you want to try to get your camera in there. I'm using it for storage, so I apologize for all the just stuff that's in there. But yeah, it's a big wide open space. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. It's a big one.
Yeah, no, that works. You know, it's just cool to see a little more behind the scenes and kind of how all that comes together and what you had to do to make all this, you know, the really nice looking scene out front, make it all work.
Yeah. I tried really hard on this because when a lot of people build things in the not visible section of it, they just kind of use whatever colors they want. And I knew this was going to be so big and so tall that if I had the back just be a mess of like reds and yellows and pinks and stuff, that it would look terrible to have the. So I tried to make an effort to make it all gray and black, and then I ran out of gray and black plates and just said, screw it, I'm just going to use some tan and dark tan here. But I think it looks better than it would have if I didn't care and if it was all greens and pinks and things. So yeah, I am trying a little bit to make the back ends of things look a little better.
Sounds good. Great work here. Do you have any idea how many pieces are in the whole build?
I mean, I build really dense, and I build with a lot of little pieces. I'm gonna conservatively say like 70, 80,000, something like that. But a lot of it's recycled from like other builds that I've done, which is like I probably for this build only bought maybe 20% of the parts here. Everything else I just had left over from other stuff that I had done. And that's what's everything like I'm going to bring this to one more show and I'm going to tear it to pieces, and I may keep one TIE fighter wing as like a memento of it, but yeah, and then the pieces are going to be built into something else that's huge and takes up too much of my time.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's important. You only have so much space, you only have so many pieces, so I think sometimes people are amazed that anyone would be able to take this stuff apart, but I mean, that's just the reality of it unless you want to have some massive room where you store everything.
Yeah, that's what people online are always like, how could you take this apart? And I'm like, am I just supposed to have a 6-foot castle just sitting in my living room for the rest of my life? I want to do other things with it, and I have other things I need to put in my living room. So yeah, there's probably going to be people on online that are going to be upset that I'm going to take this apart, but whatever. I'm already bored with it. It was fun to build. I've built it. I've shown other people. It's on the internet now. There's proof that it exists. I'm done with it. I can tear it apart now.
There we go. Sounds good. We'll look forward to your future projects then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, Joshua Hinlin here, and I'm in the Bricks and Minifigs store in Plano, Texas, and I'm with Zeke, and we're taking a look at his fantastic Lego Star Wars Millennium Falcon mock here. So this thing is even more impressive than the official UCS Lego Star Wars sets. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the design here?
Well, it's a little bit bigger than the official set. By piece count, it's in the neighborhood of 20,000 pieces. I didn't keep track, obviously, but just based off of some numbers I know, like there are over 1,000 Technic pins in the mainframe. The engine strip on the back has like 500 or 600 parts in it.
The greebling really adds up here a lot.
It adds up. A lot of the part count is actually on the interior, which I'll show in a second. But as far as dimensions go, it's roughly 24 inches wide, 34.5 inches long, so it's slightly larger footprint than the official kit. Some of the exterior things that I wanted to do differently than the official kit was try to capture the dome shape of the hull rather than just have flat panels. So there are actually 3 sections that are angle, and then the central ring is perfectly flat.
So you get more of a rounded idea that way.
Yeah, it gives it more of that saucer look, I think. I also wanted to make sure that just finer proportions were like accurate. This is based off of the 32-inch ILM model for Empire Strikes Back. So it's got the 5 landing gear on the bottom and everything. As far as proportions go, I wanted to make sure that the engine vents were the right diameter compared to like the cockpit tube and other things. As far as I could measure, that meant a 7-stud diameter, and Lego doesn't work in odd numbers. So this is one of the most challenging things, was to find a low profile vent design that was within a half plate of being 7 studs in diameter. I built it first, the cockpit. I didn't want to use the official Lego cockpit. I wanted to do a brick built one, and that was kind of the basis for the whole model. So I built the smallest cockpit I could that correctly held the proper number of minifigs, as you see in the movies, was structurally stable, and was actually able to have a cavity that goes all the way back through the tube. So this is hollow in here. And then I scaled the rest of the ship off of that. So this ended up being about 10.5 studs wide, which made the scale. Some things you might recognize, like the outer facade of the cockpit, is similar in appearance to the official Lego kit one, but the structure is way different inside. This is also the Lego kit's dish. The top I actually spent less time on than the bottom. The bottom, it was upside down on my table for a year or more, and the thing that I want to do with the bottom mostly was I want to make sure it was detailed well, but also on the ILM model there are slight angles to the sides of the landing gear boxes, and I wanted to try to capture those to a certain extent. So putting those angles in did create some more gaps than I would have liked, but I think the overall appearance is favorable to what I was trying to accomplish. But yeah, that's as minimal studs as possible. Lego doesn't make studless wedge plates, so there are some unavoidable studs, but I used a lot of snot on the studs not on top, on the square hexagonal central tunnels, which upped the part count again.
I love the way you've displayed it here as well. So you've got this large black Technic stand that really makes for like a cool display model.
Thanks. Yeah, that stand went through several variations before I found a design that would support 30 pounds of plastic. I think I wrote on the card that it was 20 to 25 pounds, but Andrea's convinced that it's actually 30 pounds. And it might be. The stand's pretty flimsy when it's not on. The main frame of the Falcon actually makes the whole thing much more stable. But yeah, I can take off the top. As you might imagine, having this domed effect on the hull means that not only are the hull plates themselves more fragile than something like the Lego kit had, but there's not much supporting them underneath. So this comes apart in a number of pieces, and some of them easier than others. So the most difficult one to get off is this, because it just kind of wedges in there.
Start to see the interior appear here.
Yeah, and this would be the engine room. You don't ever actually see this in the original trilogy. You might see it in Solo at some point, the movie Solo, but a lot of the interior of the Falcon is not actually seen in the original trilogy movies. So this interior is based off of floor plan cross sections from original source material and the cross sections book that came out like a long time ago. And some of it I had to take some creative liberty with. For example, this cargo bay, it's just an outline in the floor plan and the cross sections, and we never see it in the movie. So I was like, well, what would the inside of that look like? Another thing to take creative liberty with is like the wall detailing in here and in this other side. After I built this, I realized that I had like a mini Starship Enterprise.
What a great little Easter egg.
Yeah, it's like completely unintentional, but there it is. But you never see this hallway. You never see the inside of the docking ports. So I had to take some creative liberties with those. I'll have to walk around the front more to get the front off. Some of these, because of the way they lock in here, are tinier pieces.
Have you ever had any big disasters while taking any of the ship apart?
Since it's been built, I have not, thankfully. When it was probably about 3/4 built, I did drop the whole thing once onto my table. Actually, minimal damage. All the hull plates popped off of it on the bottom side because obviously they're kind of fragile. But the main structure survived. The mandibles mostly survived. Let's get the rest of this off of here. So you can see the number of different hull plates I had to build to make the dome shape, but then they all had to also stay on while it was vertical. So they kind of nest together and then lock in to where they attach. So many hull plates. It's this also is tapered. So that's done with these hinge plates. And I cover the taper with tiles. And there's a little bit of a gap, but I think it just kind of adds to the detailing. I don't know.
Not an easy thing to do with Lego, because like you were saying, it's not necessarily designed to do that.
There's nothing square on the Falcon. This was another thing. I didn't want to use... I needed an 8-stud diameter gunner turret window. The Lego makes one that was in the UCS TIE Fighter set. They're like $40 a pop if you buy them on Bricklink. And I was like, I want to do a brick built like they did it in the actual movie models. So it's just flex tubes. That's probably too much stress to be legal. But I don't work for Lego, so it's okay.
But at Bricks and Minifigs, it works.
Minifigs, it works. That's right. This central thing comes off. This is just the collector for the panels, so they have something to go against. This is the top gunner turret. It's removable. The thing I wanted to do was be able to look all the way through the mainframe and everything like you can in the movie. So there's a replica of one of these on the bottom as well. And it's accessible, so this pulls out. And then this is the hallway, the ladder that goes up and down. And this whole central core comes out, which was a bit of a challenge in of itself because this computer station intrudes upon the cavity that would be a central core. So they can't pull straight out. It has to come to the side and come out. So that's the central core comes out, and then you can see the lower turret in there. That also comes out, but that one's a little bit of a pain to get back in there. So I'll leave that one in there.
This is a remarkably smooth process, though, actually, so far with how you've taken this apart. It seems like things, very modular type idea.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It was a little bit trial and error. I had most of the design planned out in my head before I started, and then when I went to start prototyping various parts of it, some things didn't necessarily work as well as I envisioned, so I had to reimagine some parts of it. 2 smuggling compartments in this. The movie A New Hope only shows one, which is the one that's in front of the cockpit tunnel. These 3 black tiles here actually come out. I don't have a handle on them because they're smuggling compartments. You're not supposed to know they're there. I need to get like a sticky tack thing where I can pull one up. At the moment, I just have to get some finger stick, but it doesn't stick at the moment. Anyway, there's a smuggling compartment under here that holds 2 minifigs. There's one here that holds 3 minifigs. So you can put 5 minifigs under the floor, which is significantly more than the official kit. which was one of the things I wanted to do. Also, you've got the maintenance bays that in Empire Strikes Back that Han Solo is working in. I need my paperclip to pull these up as well. I was more about, so I wanted certain features in it, but I was more about the display appeal than functionality, so I don't mind having a paperclip to pull these things up.
I mean, still very impressive functionality here, and just the details under the floor as well.
Yeah, so this is actually looking down into the forward landing gear box, because there's obviously not enough overhead space anywhere else in the mainframe. So that's that. This is to represent the tool tray that falls on Han's head in Episode 5. I thought about just putting like a flat tile there, but it would never stick down. Also, there are under the floor of the engine room escape pods. We'll just pretend I didn't drop that. I've only got two in here. There are supposed to be 5. There's room for 5 if I really wanted them in there. The issue is there are 2 beams of the mainframe that run through here, and by the time I had decided I was gonna put escape pods in there, I didn't really realize how much room would be in there. I didn't want to tear it down far enough to change the mainframe construction. So if it ever shatters and I rebuild it, it'll have 5 escape pods. But at the moment, it's got 2. They can come out. They hold a minifig. They're loosely designed off of the one you see in a deleted scene of Episode 7.
It's a deep cut there.
Yeah, it was the only canon material I could easily locate for what an escape pod would look like. Cargo canisters, I just looked at screenshots and tried to, how can I build something similar out of Lego? You never see most of it. A lot of these cargo canisters that you do see in the movie are in the forward hold. One thing about the forward hold, in the Disney movies, all the Disney movies, including Solo, there is a cavity here. In the Solo movie, it's a bar for Lando. In this Disney trilogy, it's a bunk. But it's not there in the original trilogy. Every scene of the original movies that shows that corner of the Falcon, it's just a grated wall with pipes hanging down. So I was trying to reconcile this in my head. How could this be? So I decided that there actually is a cavity there and a bunk there, but Han Solo probably covered it up and made a smuggling compartment out of it. And then after he changed his ways after Episode 6, he would have opened it up again.
I love that.
So there's a bunk there, and there's some sort of nefarious substance being smuggled there. As far as the building techniques on the inside, one of the things that I knew I just had to capture well was the rounded, curved hallways. Actually, this design is actually the first one I tried, and it just worked, so I ran with it. But it's done with stringing snot bricks and headlight bricks onto flex tubes, and then every one of these vertical points actually has a bar that sticks up and down, so it's anchored into the floor through a vertical bar you can't see, which removed the need to have any kind of supporting structure. All the walls are freestanding on their own. The one going out to the hallway is built differently because it's a straight line and there's nothing under the floor here to connect it to. That was actually ended up being a challenge. Part of the mainframe that goes out to the mandibles was interfering with the cockpit tube here, so I had to remove it. So the right mandible, while it doesn't really sag, but it is flimsier than that one because there's no outside support. But there's nothing. It's just a bunch of Technic under there. Technic is my friend. This would not hold itself together without Technic.
How strong is this kind of structurally if you move this around?
Zero flex. You can grab a mandible and get some wiggle out of it if you're brave. But when I pick it up, I remove the central core, I remove the lower outside turret, and I can actually just pick the whole thing up from the middle. And then there's a point right here on this mandible inside where it's strong enough for me to support it. So between the center and that point, I can pick the whole thing up. No flex whatsoever. It's extremely sturdy structurally. The only fragile nature is the domed hull plates, and of course the facades. For this was a bit of a challenge. Once again, there's flex tube in there. I thought it was an illegal building technique to wrap flex tube like that and just clip things to it. But then Lego came out with their diorama set of the throne room in the Death Star, and they used that technique on the windows. I was like, okay, it's no longer an illegal technique, so I can use it.
They're allowed to change the rules because they make them all.
They can make new parts when they need them too. And I did not modify any parts except there were some pneumatic hoses and flex tubes that I cut to a certain length to avoid buying the really expensive short lengths. I think there are several. I know pneumatic hose is meant to be cut, and there are at least a couple Lego sets that tell you to cut flex tubes. So I figure that's acceptable. But yeah, the 20,000-ish parts, 30-ish pounds. A lot of the parts came from Bricklink. I just needed like quantities of a specific thing. A lot of the parts came from the bulk tables at Bricks and Minifigs in Plano. And I've spent so many hours looking for specific pieces and specific colors to fill this out. So I'd say it's probably about half the parts are from that bulk table.
Yeah, that's super cool. Fantastic. It's great that you're able to find so much to work with the build here.
Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs is just a fantastic place to find used parts, old sets, but for mock builders like me, it's just heaven for used parts. And when you have one so close to home, it's just a blessing.
Now, is this a minifigure scale, would you say? Can you kind of take a minifigure through here and it all fits?
Yes. Minifigure scale is somewhat subjective. They're not proportionally correct. Everybody has a different idea of what minifigure scale is. I define it as you can realistically play with minifigs inside of it.
Kind of moving through doorways, sitting down, that type of idea.
So all the hallways and everything will accommodate a minifigure. The interior is a little more cramped than it is in the movie sets because the movie sets don't actually fit inside the ship. They were built separately and they wouldn't actually fit inside the exterior models of the Falcon that they made for the movies. So the inside is slightly cramped. The exterior of the Falcon is slightly too large compared to what you see in the movies. So it's kind of like a happy medium between pushing the limits on how big it can be externally and pushing the limits on how small it can be internally. This is, I'm trying to remember, I think it was about 1/40th scale. It's roughly equivalent to one stud is 1 foot, which is, I feel like that's a decent way to measure minifig scale, but
no, it's a very, very impressive model here. So both the exterior and interior is just fantastic. I also wanted to give a shout out to Seymour Griebling here. So I don't know if you can pick that panel up. Shout out to the fish here on the outside.
Yeah, that's. I was going to do more of those, but then I thought just one would be enough. You're only the second person to notice that without me pointing it out. But yeah, you gotta have the fish in there in case Chewie gets hungry. Always working on something.
This is so cool. Now, do you post any of your work online if people want to see maybe more of your builds in the future? Oh yeah, also you've got the crutches there.
Yeah, also for Chewie. I don't have any sort of an online presence at the moment. I do. Well, I should take that back. My Euro Bricks handle is Chrome Vader, and there's a link to this on there. But I don't have any sort of. I don't have Instagram. I don't do much social media.
Yeah.
I don't have a YouTube channel. That may change as I build more. I wanted to do the Falcon for my first venture into large scale mocks. I do have plans to pick up some other Star Wars ships and build them, but not in the immediate future. My current project is a Lego puzzle box with a lot of moving parts inside. And my next large scale project that I'm currently starting on is a castle, which will be, it's going to be about 6 by 7 feet. So that will go to a convention.
Okay. No, fantastic. We look forward to seeing more of your work in the future then. This is just an excellent model. So thank you for taking all the time to really explore the whole ship with us and taking off all those panels and everything. It's always incredible to see all those details inside. Keep up the great work.
Hello, my name is Tom Jacobson, and I'm here at Atlanta BrickCon 2024 again this year. And at this year's show, I've got my new centerpiece build. I titled it Imperial Tactical Operations. I guess you could either say it's perhaps from the Death Star or from Super Star Destroyer or something. You know, I leave it up to the imagination, but what I do here is just a daily scene of Imperial tactical operations from a military standpoint. So I've got two Imperial shuttles here. One is being maintained. I got another one flying here. I got a little guy there that's bringing them in. I've got an Imperial landing craft that's getting ready to be loaded with some stormtroopers there that are getting their last minute instructions before they load on. Got some cargo loading on here as well. And so there's a lot going on, and I got all the rooms. We'll look at that on the other side too, on the sides and the back. But it's just a typical day on the Death Star or on an Imperial Star Destroyer, you know, from a military standpoint and military operations. So, you know, there's a lot going on. Got, you know, refueling the shuttles and, you know, a lot of maintenance and cargo and troop operations and all that stuff kind of going on here too.
One of the things I love that you've done with this is while there's a lot of action and things going on, it also feels very sleek, and you've got lots of tiles. So talk about kind of your design approach to that and how you were able to get everything looking so nice here.
Right, that's been kind of my trademark in my builds. I do a lot of detail, but I try to keep the clutter down. I do use a lot of tile just to kind of give that clean look. I try to leave as many, I try to cover up as many studs as I possibly can just to give it that clean lines and a clean look. But like I said, a lot of detail, but without a lot of the clutter. And so that's how I kind of operate my how I go into my builds. Try to do that clean look. That's kind of my style. That clean, uncluttered look, but with a lot of detail.
So we can take a look at some of the rooms on the outside. Then you've got lots of details. I guess starting at this end, we'll work our way around. What are some of the rooms that you have represented here?
Well, I got a lot of different rooms here. On the side over here, I've got on the bottom is just a hallway for people, you know, walking back and forth. On the second level right here, it's that's basically the firing room for the super weapon for the Death Star. To kind of try to emulate it as much as I could, based upon the lighting from the movie and stuff like that. Up here is kind of the command center. On the top floor there on the third level is the command center. I tried to emulate as best I could from the movies as well, from like Return of the Jedi. And I got a hallway coming in. I'm not sure what this room is here. I just did something, and it is whatever you want it to be. So yeah, this is my favorite room. You know, I try to do the lighting as close as possible to the way it is in the movies. On the control room here, I kind of did a mix of red and white light together to kind of give it that tactical look to it. So that's kind of what that is. And then I just got a couple other hallways over here. Another hallway down here is stormtrooper training, how to teach them to shoot straight. So I've got the stormtroopers on the screen on the wall there, and I got the instructor with his baton, you know, showing them how to shoot straight, basically. And then the last one on the bottom here, the small one, that's droid maintenance. So you got one technician there with the droid head off, you know, working on it, and I got the other technician there working on an Imperial probe droid. So that's kind of rounds out what's on the side panel over here.
And as we go around to the back, there's even more.
Yeah, there's a lot here. This whole section right here, this is kind of an homage to my wife. My wife was the director of public works and the water department director in the city where we lived for many, many years. So this is the water department. So everybody needs drinking water, right? And so this is the water department. And I got tanks and piping and controls and technicians and all that kind of around. And I kind of did some cool things with the lighting here with the white lighting on top of the tanks, and then on the bottom to kind of give it a little bit more depth. I got the blue lighting just to kind of give it that little bit more depth as well. So I think it came out pretty well. Then over here I got another control room thing going on with that has the doorway that leads out into the balcony, onto the flight deck over there, and at the far end here, maybe you can move these things here. I've got the turbo laser room up there, and I custom built the turbo laser at the far end there. Try to emulate as close as possible to what's in the movie. And then in the second level at the far end, that's TIE fighter training. So they're all sitting there at their desks with the instructor, and you can see got the TIE fighter on the screen where it's instructor, and then the room with the red lighting in there, that's all their helmets are all lined up there while they're doing their class. So that's kind of rounds out the rooms here as well. So it's I think the lighting came out really well. I'm really happy with that, and people are are very appreciative of what it is. And people ask me where do I get my lighting, and I tell them where I get it from a company called Brick Loot up in Chicago, and so yeah, that's kind of my build.
So you mentioned the lighting there, and it is really impressive. How do you incorporate that so seamlessly throughout the whole build here, both in the rooms here and kind of the large hangar section as well? It looks so perfect here. Great work.
It's actually, there's one of the guests at the show here that just asked me that same question about 20 minutes ago. And I said, that's one of the things that you have to be cognizant when you do the build is, as you're doing the build, where are the wiring going to go, where are the power bars going to go. So I do leave kind of a couple sections blank, like right here. You see the wire coming out here. So this is a section that's got the 110 outlets and also the USB power bars. Got another power bar here. Then I got wiring, another power bar hidden up in this section up here. So it's something very cognizant, and because they asked me what was the most challenging part of the build, and I said what to do with the wiring and what to do with the power bars. So that's the biggest challenge. And so. But otherwise, I think I'm very pleased with the build, and again, like I said, my paramount is clean lines, a lot of tile, and a lot of detail and no clutter.
I love that. And speaking of clean lines, we can stop now and take a look at another Star Wars themed build that you've got here at the show.
Yet another one of my world famous Star Wars Frank Lloyd Wright mashups here. One of my themes that I've done at several shows over the last few years is what if Frank Lloyd Wright existed in the Star Wars universe, and what if certain Star Wars characters had hired Frank Lloyd Wright to build them a house or some kind of a structure, what that might look like. In this case here, this is number 5 in the series. This is what if General Reiki in Empire Strikes Back had hired Frank Lloyd Wright to build a ski chalet or a ski lodge on Hoth, basically for the entertainment of the rebel troopers there. Before they got obviously annihilated by the Empire, but what might that look like? So I designed this, based upon his prairie-style house. I incorporated the trans light blue elements in all the windows and everything to kind of give it that cold, icy look, and obviously a lot of white, on Hoth, and used a lot of white tile, white with the light bluish gray trim to give it that little bit of color offset. And then what I try to do the terrain with all the wedges and stuff like that to give it a little bit more definition and depth, and with the rocks and all that. Then I put a couple of Hoth troopers on skis going down the hill, and got a guy coming on a tauntaun just to see what's going on. Yeah, another one of my famous Star Wars Frank Lloyd Wright mashups at the show here. I'm working on another one right now, but this is one I got done for the show here. So.
With this build, you've got this large flat roof, so structurally that can be difficult sometimes to make sure that isn't just kind of collapsing in itself. What are the techniques you use there?
Well, what I do is I take plates, like 16 by 16 plates, or 8 by 12 plates, or 6 by 12 plates, and kind of piece it all together. Then I use like 6 by 10, 8 by 10, 2 by 8, 2 by 10 plates in the middle that kind of make it like a sandwich. Then I put the tile on top. So there's not a lot of structural integrity there, but I do a lot of beams and stuff like that and inside. So when I press everything down, everything kind of stays up. Because then again, there's no interior on this, because with the way I did it, with the lighting, and the windows to make it more Frank Lloyd Wright-ish, you can't see in anyway. So I didn't do any furniture. But if you take this off, again, there's 110 power strip, and then 2 or 3 USB power bars in there as well, and a lot of wiring for all the lighting. So, yeah, but you're right. I need to have the beams going across to support when I press because the roof is very flexible. So I have to have that structure underneath it when I press everything down to make sure that that stays in place and I don't crush it. So
it's a great looking build, though, and certainly very reminiscent of the Frank Lloyd Wright style, and I love how you've continued this series over the years. So you've got these builds here in Atlanta, but you'll actually have these at a number of other shows throughout the year, right, if people want to see these in person?
Absolutely. I'll be doing most of the Brick Fan Expo shows later in Tampa and Orlando and Jacksonville, and then I believe we're going to be in Memphis and Charlotte. And I'll still do a few shows for Brick Convention as well this year. So yeah, so people can come out and see that. I'll have about 9 builds for the show, for those other shows. I'll have another Frank Lloyd Wright Star Wars mashup for you. I'm working on Wedge Antilles' house right now. That he built a house on Endor, and I have a separate module for him with his X-wing on it too. So yeah, then another one coming.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for taking us through your builds here. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Great. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, Joshua Hanlon here at Brick Fair, Virginia, and today we're taking a look at this fantastic Lego Star Wars Battlefront layout. Got a couple of the builders here with me, so if you want to introduce yourselves, then we'll take a look at this build.
I'm Jared Shields. Liam Von Berg.
And tell us kind of an overview of what we have going on here.
Yeah, so this is a map from Battlefront 1, the original game. So from our perspective over on the left here, the clones are making an advance. They've captured one of the command points in the back. They're pushing forward to try and get to the sentry array in the back. So we're in the middle of capturing this point right here. Obviously, a lot of carnage. It's a tough take, but Jedi Bob is leading the charge up front and center there, and we've got kind of two different charges. So we've got Jedi Bob and the main assault force here. We've actually got Plo Koon, Anakin, Ahsoka, and Rex coming out of the ice cave.
With Jedi Bob, failure is not an option, so I believe in that.
Yeah. That is correct. That is correct. And the ice cave numbers, they look a little overwhelmed, but there's so much plot armor over there that there's no way that they can't win there.
Cool. Yeah. Like you said, there's a lot of carnage going on up here. They're making their way back. When we decided to do this map, it was kind of between this one or the other Rinvar map, the Citadel, but too much light gray involved in that one. So we ended up choosing this one. We kind of pulled the map up and we just laid it out and went. So we have the, like you said, neutral command point on the back here. The clones have already successfully taken that back one, and they're making their way here towards the final command post in the back where we got the tactical droid and kind of the separatist leadership, Newt Gunray in the back. We even have a nice little droid up here laying some landmines uselessly, like the heavy troopers usually do. So.
Battlefront 1 AI was not what it is today. The computer was, although on hard mode fairly difficult, still some arbitrary mines all over the place. So the actual battle for the galaxy is going up on the top of the roof there with the battle of the fate of Santa Claus and Christmas. So
Christmas. Extended universe.
That's right. This is not a canon yet, but we're working on it. We'll get back to you.
So in addition to all of kind of the white landscape, and you've got the gray buildings certainly stand out, some of the texturing is really unique here. So tell me a little bit about how you guys did that.
So with this right here, actually, I have to credit my wife. My wife put up with me building this for a long time. So she actually did all of this greebling here. So props to her for helping me out there.
A family effort.
That's right. So yeah, that was the decision there. We were trying to figure out if it was going to be deeper or not. So when we decided we were going to split the building in half, I was like, I don't have enough gray brick for this, so we had to go with the greebling, and she really stepped up and took care of that.
Yeah, both our wives did a really, really good job helping out. My wife helped out with some of this building, and I know both of them really sacrificed the dining room tables and living rooms, and so big shout out to them for all that. So yeah.
I like kind of the almost flying buttress arch type effect here on this building. How did that one come together?
Yeah, so that's really just from the game. They have those arches in there, and it was really just, I think that was probably one of the first things I worked on. We were going to try and actually do this for last year's Brick Fair, and we started it and realized it was going to be quite the process. So those arches are from last year, but it was just a matter of finding all the right angles on those sloped pieces. So. Quite a lot of brick link orders, but a lot of fun to put together.
Yeah, just one or two orders. One or two, that was it.
Yeah, 1 or 2 dozen, so each.
And what are some of the other elements kind of around that building there that they're kind of fighting on?
Yeah, so it was a lot of really trying to work with angles, which was very interesting, but using a lot of wing pieces, using a lot of the round cylinders to try and get those angles. I think Jared did a really good job. You can't quite see it from this angle, but these buildings, he used the technique of the brick and the cans to really emphasize that curve. So it was really cool trying to just figure it all out and add some of the detailing stuff on afterward. I like the little mounts there. Used all those shield pieces. That was my wife was really helpful with that. So yeah.
As we come to the right side of the build, then what is this building here?
So this is that back base area. I think it's called the Citadel in the end here. We have a nice little hole through here in which you can see Din and Grogu underneath inside there a little bit. This is the command center. It's the final base. This is generally where the Separatists hold out. So that's where we establish the little command center there. And as Liam already pointed out, we have the real battle for the galaxy going on the top, and we have a commando slipping over the roof, maybe to take care of the leadership in the back.
We had to make the decision halfway through. Well, not halfway through. Early on, we were trying to figure out were we going to tile off the whole surface or were we going to raise it. I think we both really liked how it turned out with the raised structure. A lot of bricks and pieces to get the snot work for the snow. But it gave a nice, like, flat-looking, smooth surface where we could place all the plates and stuff. So that helped for some of the divots. There's a kind of broken, crashed AAT over here. So that's actually in where there's that hollowed-out space underneath. So a lot of support structure here. Jared was really the lead on coming up with all the support beams and all that. And if you were to look at it on the other side, underneath would be quite interesting. But luckily, you don't get to see that, so we just get this.
Do you guys know how many minifigures are on the whole layout?
Oh goodness! Well, we didn't get everything on until about 15 minutes before it opened. So
it's probably close to 300. I know I have over 100 battle droids, and I used most of mine. And then between the two of us, I want to say we had 50 to 60 plus clones, plus all Jared's battle droids. It's got to be 250 to 300.
What's the process like when you're trying to depict a video game like this? Do you have like screenshots pulled up? You just playing the game a whole bunch? How's that work?
Yeah. So lots of research involved in telling our wives we were investing time and really figuring out how we were going to make the map look and getting to play a lot of the game.
This is my art form, okay? Please respect my art.
Yes, exactly. But it's research. But it was really cool. You know, we tried to stay true to the game the way that we could. The clones, actually, the different loadouts that you could have. The green clones were the jetpack troopers, so got a couple custom pieces there. The red were the snipers, the blue were the heavy troopers, and the yellow were like the medics / engineers. So a lot of trying to find the right custom parts for that, and then kind of same thing with the droids. Trying to stay as true to the game. We did add a couple things. A couple of the dwarf spider droids, a couple of the Jedi, General Grievous, those are all add-ins. But a lot of really looking over all the map, printing out some of the pictures of it, different angles, and yeah, really trying to stay true to the level of detail and the designs of the buildings.
One thing that's always interesting with collaborative layouts like this is kind of hear about the teamwork process. So how did you guys kind of communicate as this came together?
We communicated a lot. Lots of pictures, lots of text back and forth. We actually live pretty close to one another, so we would go over and say, okay, how's this layout? Okay, so let me make sure I'm doing the same thing. Here in the last bit, I went over and helped him. He came over and helped me. So this is actually the first time it's all been together, though. So we were, yesterday when we were putting it together, it was living on a prayer. We're like, hopefully this will make sense. It should all line up. A lot of math went into this, so and it did. So we were happy with that, but. Definitely a lot of pictures back and forth.
What was that setup process like once you got here? How long did that take you guys?
So we started setting up Thursday. A lot of it is actually the buildings are fairly modular. So we started off with the base plates. We brought all those in, and this is, I want to say 4 gray base plates by 3 gray base plates. And we also had some green base plates added on. So it was really getting those down first and using some Technic to connect all the base plates together. And then from there, it was just building up each of the buildings, connecting the different parts. So it was fairly modular, like I said. Bringing it over, we were able to kind of put a bunch of the building pieces in cardboard boxes and stuff and transport it that way. But definitely carrying, we built it such that there was 2 gray base plates connecting, and we were, very precarious trip in holding 2 gray base plates with a lot of brick built on top.
It was certainly interesting. You know, when you're building it, you don't think about the aerodynamics of it, but when you're bringing it in and there's wind and your whole mock starts to raise up, you're like, oh my gosh, I did not think about this one. So that was definitely a new experience. It almost feels illegal to take Lego outside, though. I don't know what it is.
No, I know we've got the public has started coming through Brick Fair here, so have people recognized this from the game? What has that reaction been like so far?
Yeah, some people have recognized it. It's generally like people around our age range or their mid-20s. They're like, wait a minute, this is Battlefront 1.
There's a sweet spot there.
Yes, there is. So it was interesting because Battlefront 1 came out in 2004, Battlefront 2 came out in 2005. So most people have played Battlefront 2, but not necessarily Battlefront 1. But there have been some people who've recognized it. And they're like, this is a core memory that you're bringing back here, this map, my goodness. So it's been good.
It was interesting to also see, we've got a lot of younger kids coming around too who may not recognize the map, but just kind of be able to tell them the backstory of when we were their age and we were playing it. This was our version of what they're playing now.
Back in my day.
Yeah, no, exactly. Never felt older. But really cool to be able to share that experience with them, and hoping that maybe a couple people will re-download Battlefront 1 and check it out, play the map, and understand how frustrating it could be sometimes, but ultimately how fun it was to hop in an AT-TE and blast some droids. So it was actually cool. The map you could play as clones and droid. The original game you couldn't always play as all the factions, but you could do Republic or you could do the Empire and their counterparts on this map. So we actually toyed around with the idea of maybe one day doing Republic and droids, and then the other day doing the Rebels and the Empire, and that was going to be way too much work.
Too many figs. Yeah.
Well, fantastic work here, guys. Thanks so much for taking us through the layout here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm Kennedy, or True Squadron on YouTube and Instagram. I have my Battle Utapau mock here that I built in a couple months on my YouTube channel, and this kind of depicts the initial clone invasion taking on the droids. So the main idea of this is I definitely wanted to build the big rock wall on the initially the first part, and then the Utapau city, which you don't really see that often that people build. So I based it mostly off of Star Wars Battlefront 2, since you don't get to see too much of it in the movie, since it's probably in the movie 10 minutes maybe, but I had a lot of fun making this. So the initial first bit we can talk about, I guess, is the ground portion. I spent a lot of time on this trying to figure out exactly what I wanted to do. I built in the snot form, so I get a lot of different cracks and crevices, different caves and stuff going on the bottom here. And of course on the very bottom is the little pools of water that you kind of see for a quick second in Ridge of the Sith.
So that's the studs not on top, so you're
Right.
kind of building a plate of rock and then putting it on its side, essentially.
Correct. Yes, you can get, at least in my opinion, you can get a lot more detail, a lot more color variation than just doing slopes and stuff like that. It's my first time building like that, and I probably will do it in the future if I had to build any other rock work. So I'm really happy how the bottom section turned out. We have a custom vehicle here made by Legoman 360. So this is really cool. Had some little light here going in. It's a very obscure vehicle. You see it for a few shots in Revenge of the Sith. So I'm really happy I got this in as a custom vehicle for the mock.
That's something I think is so fun with some of these Star Wars builds is builders will take something really obscure but then make a really beautiful build based on it.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing that I never really knew until I was researching for this mock that you see it in little bit of shots. So I'm really happy how this turned out. I also have other custom little builds here on the end. We have a Boga, and of course the Grievous chase scene. I had to include it somewhere, so we have Grievous and Obi-Wan chasing each other there on the bottom rock portion. And that's kind of it for the bottom section. I also have the little Lego Star Wars little icons on there, and also a crab droid crawling up.
You got to get your Star Wars video game references in.
Yes, I had to. So if we go up to the city portion of it, I had to, of course, include all the multiple different landing pads, since that's kind of iconic for this. So I have a longer one over here. This one is definitely coming out a lot, and then we have a smaller one on that side. So the first one here, we have an AT-TE going down with Commander Cody getting the iconic message of Order 66. So I had to include that portion, and they're just engaging a lot of different battle droids and different crab droids coming up, which I had to include. And on the ground, I made sure that I include a lot of the iconic little wedge or triangle details of the dark tan in the ground. So that was kind of a big deal for me to do that. They have a kind of a taller, like skyscraper-ish building over here with some battle droids shooting down. Let's see where we go. Oh, and then over here we have our kind of more of like, you see it in like 2 seconds of the movie. I had to include it. It's more of like a light gray building, nothing too much to it, but kind of on some pillars with some battle droids on top, trying to take out the invading clones. And then of course it's like the main landing pad here, coming out with a gunship, landing a bunch of clone troopers, again engaging all the droid forces. So I had that was like my favorite scene, like seeing this for like a few seconds in the movie. So I had to make sure to include this little bit of the gunship on top. Now the main kind of building of the build is this right here. Again, you see it like a few seconds in the movie. I think it's like, it looks like some kind of hotel to me. So it's some kind of multi-layered, like different rooms on top. So that's what I try to accomplish here. So to have like the first floor and the second floor with a little catwalk. I really like how that turned out. Of course, all the droids have taken over the building. So, and in the very top, we have a little bit of some of the natives. There are the Powans there, some custom figures. So I thought that was kind of fun, and them fighting back, since you don't really see that in the movie at all, even though they're supposed to be fighting back against the droids. So I had to include a little bit of that. I also have some clone forces helping them out. And then the bottom here, we have, again, like the clone forces have kind of pushed up a lot more, taking out the droids on their initial invasion. So
I love what you've done with the architectural details here of kind of those clear elements behind the kind of tan and dark tan elements.
Yep.
So what's that structurally kind of inside there? How's that staying together?
It's actually, so I drove here from Texas, 13-hour drive, and it actually stayed together like completely. So I was really happy about it. Nothing too crazy inside. It's just brick built, basically. I wouldn't include lights, but actually never done lights on my mock before, so I got to try to do that next time.
And this landscaping is fantastic. You mentioned a little bit earlier kind of the studs not on top technique, but talk about some more of the particular pieces that you've found work well there and how you've created some of these different patterns.
Yeah, for sure. So I use a lot of, if you can see in the cracks here, there's a lot of wedge plates, getting those designs in the cracks. That was kind of a big deal to me. It's just in the kind of rock you see, there's lots of different cracks and crevices. So you use a lot of wedge plates, and then these the wedge bricks, the slope, the pieces that kind of go all the way across. I also really like using, there's these rock pieces right here. They actually like look like rock. I use a lot of those, so try to give it that earthy feeling. And then of course I sprinkled in different bits of color of like the olive green and medium nougat, just to give some variety in there.
Yeah. And do you know how many pieces are in the whole build?
I actually have no idea. I did not count. I know I ordered a ton of pieces for just specifically for the rock portion. I had a ton of these the tan pieces already. So I would have to say maybe 25,000, maybe so. Yeah.
And you mentioned some custom minifigs there. What are most of the minifigs made up of here?
Yeah, so I wanted to include a lot of the original 2014 style 212th Troopers. They're my favorite, like the realistic style. So I had a ton of them growing up. I got them back for birthdays and stuff like that. So I didn't have to really buy any, which is really awesome. They also have custom arm printing, so I give them a little extra detail. So those are the main figures I used for the list of clone troopers, and then I used a couple different like custom battle droids here. These are Clone Ray custom battle droids that are really nice. You can get a lot more posability with them. So used a few of them in the mock.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. So with a scene like this, what is the kind of source material like when you're working on this? Are you looking at like screenshots, photos? What is that like?
Yeah, so for the Battle of Utapau, it's kind of interesting. You don't get to really see too much of the city, so I had a lot of creative liberty with this. And also, again, Star Wars Battlefront 2, they have a big Utapau map, so I had to look. I played multiple different games of that to try to get some reference photos and stuff like for this. But the other cool thing about this particular build is a lot of it were just big models that they made. So I took a lot of reference from the models, and like the actual like the rocks and everything was actually physically made. It was really cool. You can see like people inside the mountains, like putting in all the buildings and stuff. So that was a big reference looking at all the models.
Yeah. And then with the large cliff face itself, what is holding that up in the back? Because obviously with the studs not on top building, that's just kind of a large plate that you've stuck there.
Yeah, so basically the front is just a facade. There's just big H-beam kind of pillars in the back. I didn't really have enough pieces to actually build it up completely, like thick of like just bricks. So I built these. Actually, my mom, shout out to my mom, she helped me out a lot with the H-beams in the back. holding up the mock. It does the job, as you can see. It's not the most, like, if I do it again, like, I probably would make it a little bit sturdier, but as you can see, it's holding up today, so I'm pretty happy with it.
I love a good family group project. That's always great to get some other contributors in there. Do you post your builds online if people want to see kind of more of your future projects?
Right, yeah. So I do like large Lego Star Wars like build series on my channel on True Squadron. So like before this, I built a massive like 40 base plate Kashyyyk. I didn't get to take it anywhere, but next build I do is definitely gonna try to go bigger and better each time. So I'm really happy how this turned out today.
Yeah. Thanks so much for all the effort building this and bringing it out to the show here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Alex Baker, and I go by Michigan Bricks on YouTube and Instagram, and this is the Battle of Zaja. So this is based on a 2003 comic from the Dark Horse comic line for Star Wars. This has kind of like the start for a lot of the episodes of the Clone Wars, like landing on Point Rain. Tie-ins like the main Jedi who sacrifices herself in this battle. Her name is Commander Tono, very close to Ahsoka Tano. But the main objective is the clones are landing to basically siege this droid manufacturing factory, and so they're trying to sneak in, and they scope out from the mountains ranges and basically find out that they're going to send one of the Jedi in to sneak in and try to blow the whole thing up by taking out the core structure. And so they end up having the Padawan go in while they have all the Jedi waiting basically for something to blow up so they can kind of go and finish everything off. So the Jedi sneaks in through the cave right here. And this used to be a Mandalorian protector's cave, so they're in the comic it shows there's a bunch of Mandalorians all dead as she's walking in. And basically she's trying to sneak in, and then a bunch of Geonosians catch her, and she has to ignite her lightsaber and fight herself off. And then she's trying to place detonators as she goes along, and then eventually gets pinned down where she can't get out, so she contacts Anakin and Obi-Wan and basically says she's not going to come out, and sacrifices herself and blows up the entire spire and basically takes out all the droids in the process, and a full success.
Fantastic story there and a great layout. So it's cool to see something with a lot of snow that's like a different Star Wars battle. It's not Hoth like we've seen a lot of times.
Exactly. A lot of people were like, "Oh, this looks like Hoth." I was like, it's actually kind of not Hoth. Technically, the comic is mostly snow, but the first page has a lot of like sand green kind of like streaks through the artwork. So I thought I was going to throw in some like sand green little clips for like little grass poking through the snow just to make it a little bit more detailed. Obviously, it might not be 100% accurate, but kind of adds it on and makes it look like, Hoth doesn't have grass, so maybe ties it away a little bit.
So at this end, with the army down here, take us through some of the vehicles and the soldiers you have represented here.
All right, so the vehicles, specifically the ATTs, those are done by Brickfault. I'm not very good at building vehicles. Landscapes where my strong suit is. So those are those. The gunships are M5 builds. He's also with our Empire Lug. And I can't remember who did the little starfighter. If he knows who he is, he knows who he is. A phenomenal job back there. Super small and very detailed. There's probably close to 70-something clones. And then there's one captain from that new clone pack. And then you got Obi-Wan and Anakin over there. Yep.
And are those customs, or you have custom accessories in there?
Just the accessories. A good chunk of those are various companies for weapons. There's so many different ones out there. Clone Army Customs, Brick Arms, Brick Tactical. So many. Whenever I get a good deal on them, I just buy a bunch of them, and just eventually I'll have enough for all the clones.
And as we move across the battlefield, what do we have here in the opposing force?
So we got droids. Technically in the comic, they're supposed to be MTTs, but I couldn't fit it in here with a rational size. So I just did the two AATs. And this is the only one of the other, there's very few battles where the tan ones were used. Collar, which I did a few years ago, has those. Obviously Naboo is one of the most famous ones for it, but this one as well uses the tan ones. There's probably close to 200 battle droids here as well.
And that brings us to certainly kind of the most eye-catching part of this layout, which is the massive tower here. So you've got some interesting techniques. Tell us about kind of how the construction of this came together.
So this was extremely challenging. So I started with this section actually 2 weeks before Brick World last year because I knew it was going to be challenging, and I kind of bounced around. So much complicated angles because it's not only sliding sideways, it's also sloping up. And somehow transporting this, I only had one panel fall off, and I drove 3 hours in a car with it, and potholes everywhere, and somehow it did not shatter, and I'm completely amazed.
How did these different panels come together? What pieces did you use there?
So my favorite piece used out throughout this whole build in white and in light gray are the 1x2 plates and 1x2 tiles. And I just basically stagger them and put a couple ingot tiles as well to just give the more rock look that the comic kind of shows. But yeah, the structure was kind of hard. I knew I wanted to have an interior because there's parts of this that has little lanterns where Commander Tono walks in and basically fights all these Geonosians. So I was like, I got to build this strong enough that you can support the build at the same time as holding an interior, which those who do interiors, they know that's an extreme challenge. So I had a lot of fun trying to incorporate that and have lights working and everything. It's a lot of extra work, that's for sure, but definitely rewarding.
I like the neat sort of architectural elements in that central tower there. So you got a variety of types of pieces there.
So in the comic actually looks super accurate to that, and somehow just the parts that I had and the techniques that I wanted to use for a very light but strong support for the main spire, it just ended up working out perfectly.
And then the spire on top also has just a unique selection of parts there, lots of stuff stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, so I ran out of so obviously the curved plating eventually got so tight that I couldn't really do it anymore to make it efficient, so I had to switch to a technique of using snot bricks sideways with the slopes all the way up to a final point.
So with the whole layout here, when you bring this to the show, what was your setup process like?
So it was actually super simple. The hardest part was just the spire section. That was all one kind of plate. Something I learned last year was saran wrap and either wood table underneath it or just a tabletop itself makes transporting 1,000 times easier. That was the easy or the hard part, but the easy part was mostly the chunks. These all come apart. They're just the 48 by 48 base plates, so I can just throw those in a bin. Some of the clips will fall off, but it leaves a little hole. I know where the missing ones would go.
And you've got lighting throughout the tower and on some of the vehicles and everything over there as well. So what types of lighting do you find works well for your builds?
Honestly, so last year was my first year experimenting with lights, and I got hooked right away. Lights, it changes the build, and here at Brick World, they do the Night of Lights where they turn all the lights off and all the Lego lights just shine. It's so cool, so I was like, I got to do lights. So brick stuff, Brick Loot I think had some. There's a handful of different companies that do really nice ones. They got some new lightsabers this year that are so bright that it ended up illuminating that whole cave so well.
And you can see the comic book you have set up there. It's kind of some of the inspiration for the build. Yep. So when you're doing a build like this, where all do you look for inspiration from? Are you trying to pull that from lots of different sources?
Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of like name brands. So like when something I see in a movie, like the big battles, like basically the ones that everybody tries to build, I try to stay away from those, let them do their respective builds. Usually half the time they're so well that it's not even worth trying to go back and redoing, because I would just fail miserably. So I usually try to find the very small niche kind of builds, stuff from comics or from a show. I'm usually pretty fast at building, so like I built Collar before, one of the first people to build it, so I was able to get it out fast. Other than that, the stuff that's super small that no one ever really touches, like if you were to get to Google the Battle of Zaja, the only thing you're ever going to find is the wiki for that comic, and that's it. And I was like, this is perfect. I have all the freedom I have. There's no like competition. I can kind of set my own playing board.
There you go. You like to go into the deep cuts.
Yes, the deep cuts, all the stuff that no one else has any idea what it is.
Well, this is great work. Thank you so much for your effort building this and bringing it out to the show here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm Leon Ferez. I attended Atlanta BrickCon last year and got inspired to display this year. So given all the Hoth sets that were released recently, I decided to base my build off of that. I started with the exterior. So, of course, you have to have the AT-ATs. So I got several of the play scale ones and added them in. Everything's built on large gray base plates that you can take apart for easy transport, like puzzle pieces. So I've included a large amount of snow troopers, as many as I could get my hands on. And mixed in there, you'll see a couple little small snowmen joining the ranks.
Trying to disguise themselves?
Yes. Works out well for the Hoth weather, but, Empire's had trouble recruiting recently. And then I had some turrets that at the beginning of the day lit up, but the batteries have now since died. And then the rotating turrets at the trench that the rebels used. That was probably the hardest thing I had to do because I'm not mechanically inclined. So getting those details and the mechanics to work was a challenge, but I think it turned out pretty well.
Yeah, that movement and just a little bit of light and kind of firing action adds so much to a build like this.
Definitely.
We got some action over here as well. What's happening here?
We have the snow speeder wrapping up one of the AT-ATs. So it's Luke Snow Speeder from that classic scene, releasing the harpoon and wrapping it up. So I thought that was pretty fun.
And as we make our way inside, how did the kind of big barrier area come together?
So that one I actually built once and then completely tore down and rebuilt again. I wanted the trench to look pretty authentic in terms of terrain, which is rather difficult to accomplish. So originally it was built with a mix of beige, gray, bricks, and white. I didn't like that color scheme, so I redid everything in just plain white bricks, and I think it turned out pretty well. So
you got to get a ton of the little detailing pieces in there to create that nice effect.
Definitely. So.
And then more details even in the side of the entryway.
Yeah, in the entryway, I definitely wanted, two sides of the large snow mountain in order to create that cave effect, but I didn't want to waste the space, so I put a few vignettes in there. Here on the left side, you can see the Bacta chamber. I see the med droid has fallen over. But that has Luke in it, and then the next scene are the snow troopers entering the facility with Darth Vader overseeing on top. Took a few creative liberties with the dark troopers up there. And on the other side of the build, which is kind of hard to get a video of, you'll have the Wampa Cave with Luke hanging upside down.
And does this door have any movement or action to it?
So the door does slide back and forth manually. I had hoped to make it mechanical, did not work, so sacrificed that. But it will slide open and close. Probably my favorite detail, and it's not one that you can easily see, is that the Millennium Falcon will fit through the doors. So it will fit, if you open them all the way, it will fit through that opening. So
you're satisfied by that. You know it works.
Yes. That was one of my goals when building this. Like, it's going to fit. So yeah.
That takes us inside then, where you've got tons of action going on. So what all is happening in here?
This is the most fun part for me to build. So that's the Hoth hangar bay. I worked with just getting as many of the Hoth pilots as I could, and then even accumulating some other Rebel pilots. You have each hangar section with either 2 snow speeders or your X-wing fighters with the mechanical bridge above them. So it was fun to do a lot of the tubing and wiring on the ground. I think that added a lot to the aesthetic of it. So, and then random crates scattered throughout.
Tons of minifigures kind of meeting and all sorts of action happening.
Yeah, some goofy details. You have another snowman hiding up under the Millennium Falcon. So, and you have some figures from across the various Hoth sets, like the solid red C-3PO. Yeah, and then you have Anakin from the Clone Wars when he visited the Hoth. He's sitting right up here on top of the bridge. So in his Hoth gear. Just fun stuff like that. So.
And how did the kind of structural elements come together here with kind of the big side of the cliff side almost here?
So the bays were kind of a challenge. I was waiting on parts that got here about 2 nights before the show. So, but I wanted to be able to build the structure and still take it apart for transport easily. So if you look at this right here, this lifts off on just basically a peg slide system. So it's pretty easy to do. These slide out as well, and then you pull the base plates apart. So that's kind of, I wanted everything to be easily transportable. That was my main goal with this mock. And it worked out well. Transport wasn't an issue. Setup took about 2 hours, so takedown will hopefully take a little less than that. So.
Yeah, there's some good pro tips for builders here, because it's really nice when it's that modular and so easy to set up and take down.
You sacrifice a little detail at times, but I found that it's worth it in the end. So,
So how long did setup take you for all this? Because you still have all these minifigures and everything.
The structure portion maybe an hour and a half, and another 45 minutes for the minifigures. So,
That's not bad at all. Do you know how many minifigures you have in total?
I do not. That was one of the counts I wanted to do, but I think we're close to 200. So with the amount of battle packs I bought.
And then do you have an overall estimate on pieces for the whole thing at all?
No idea. I knew that question was going to be asked. No idea. didn't keep track at any point during the process. So.
Gotcha. And when you incorporate movement into a build like this, is this something you have to kind of keep an eye on consistently throughout the day, or does that run pretty smoothly on its own?
Thankfully, it runs pretty smoothly on its own. I did a lot of work on the front end to make sure the mechanism was as simple as possible, so that there would be less chance of it failing mid-show. And I tested it for hours beforehand. So it's a pretty simple mechanism. Shout out to the Brake Consultant on Instagram. He has some great tutorials for basic Lego mechanics that I used and just scaled up for this mock. And it's worked great. I haven't had any issues with it all day.
Yeah, I love to hear builders that are able to find that kind of inspirational content online and really learn from. There's so many talented builders creating content out there.
Definitely. And a lot of this was inspiration just looking at how other people have done Hoth and seeing what I liked and what I wanted to do with that. So.
Do you have any plans to expand on Hoth in the future, or maybe go in another direction with the Star Wars scene?
I'd love to expand on it. This is like my first time doing a large-scale build, so I was kind of worn out by the end of it. But I think in the future, I'd love to expand this scene. I definitely want a larger battlefield so that not all the troops and the AT-ATs are so cramped together. So.
And this show in Atlanta here is one of the newer shows that we've been to, and so it's continuing to grow. What has your experience been like here if people want to check this show out in the future?
It's been absolutely amazing. It is a great group of exhibitors here, and then just a great group of people to come and show up. I think it's growing. We were quite packed earlier today. It was hard to move about, but it's been an amazing experience. Everyone's friendly, knowledgeable on what they've built and all that. It's been great. I'd highly encourage it.
I love to hear that. Well, keep up the great work here. Can't wait to see more from you in the future. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Joshua Hanlon here. Today I'm at HHH Brick Depot just outside Cincinnati, Ohio, and we are taking a look at this huge Lego Star Wars ship here. I've got the builder of this with me. If you want to introduce yourself, and then we'll take a look at this massive build you've brought in.
Yeah. I'm Brian Egan. I built this ship. It took me and my son about 2 years to build it. It's called the Errant Venture. It's from Canon. It was Booster Tarek's casino flagship that they won and painted red. So yeah, we wanted to do something different. The only red one in the world.
I love that. We've seen so many, huge gray triangles from Lego over the years. So seeing all this red is incredible. And I think it obviously begs the question, with so much red, what were some of the difficult parts to find in this color? Was it difficult to get this large a quantity of so many red pieces?
So actually, one of my friends helped find all the red for me. He kind of went on Bricklink, and it took him a year and a half to source all the parts. And then he was like, let's build it. And then he was like, here's all the stuff, go for it. The big thing is the big red panels. That's the hardest thing because they don't make a lot of big, 16 plus panels. So yeah, a lot of red. So we have tons in the basement left over if anybody needs it.
So with a build of this scale, how long is this thing?
Over 9.5 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, 9.5 feet, 30,000 plus pieces. We stopped counting after a while, and we were like, it's just a lot. Yeah. No interior, but it's got a huge superstructure in here, and it actually does come apart and travels. So we've taken it to a couple shows. We made it modular, so the whole top section lifts off in different sections. It all comes apart, so it'll fit in the back of an SUV. So.
How did you kind of plan out this build? Was it always going to be this scale from the very beginning?
So me and my friend that we talked about it, we actually started with just these plates, the 4x triangles, and we're like, let's see how big we can make it. And we just kind of started drifting and making it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it ended up being here. So, yeah.
And then with the kind of superstructure in the back here, what are some of the smaller details that you added to create some of that almost greebling effect on the sides?
It was more my son doing it. He's wandering around here somewhere, but we pretty much would make the side panel, and I'm like, Brody, decorate it. So, and he would just start randomly decorating. So there's no real order to it other than we just wanted something different. There's a hot dog on it somewhere that he put on there. There's some random things that he put on there. There's some pink pieces because he was like, every Star Wars ship needs at least one pink piece. And we just started kind of building through things and just making it look different. So for the whole story of the Errant Venture, it is a casino ship that is never well taken care of because Booster Tarek could never afford to keep it running. So everything is just different and hodgepodge together because it was never fully functioning at one time. So yeah, but it has a full underneath, full landing bay inside it. We've done a lot to it, so it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and speaking of the section underneath there, obviously a build of this size requires some serious structure. What does this stand like, and how does this thing kind of hold up here?
So we built the stand. It's all made out of wood. We tried to do it out of Lego to start out with, and then it was just not strong enough. But for every one of the big wood supports, there is a cross section inside the ship that holds it all to keep it sturdy. It has a spine that goes all the way down the middle of it. It's all made out of Technic. It's a huge Technic block. So yeah. It keeps it pretty secure. The base comes apart in 3 different sections to travel. So we made it so it moves. So if anybody wants to come see it or take it somewhere, you're more than welcome to come check it out.
I love what you've done with the mirrors to display it as well, because it lets you appreciate kind of the finished underside details.
Right. Yeah. Because unless you have it up really, really high, you don't see what's underneath it. So.
And then you've got a couple of workers here. You mentioned how, it's always kind of a work in progress with the ship.
Yeah, when we first displayed it, we were like, somebody's got to be painting it red, because it would take forever to paint this thing. So we put a bunch of battle droids painting it red. So we've got the rocket droid up there painting and everything. We had some smaller builds too. On the other side, there's Booster Tarek's fleet of ships and some of the like the Jedis and some of the other people that got to spend some time on the ship. So like that's the small gray ship is Booster Tarek's private like barge ship that he uses to load it. Then we have Wedge Artiles, because the Red 5 those guys were there. Karan Horn, he lived on there and actually ended up marrying Booster Tarek's daughter. And then Lando definitely lost a lot of money on this ship gambling. So we built some small displays to go along with it.
That's super fun, and it also just kind of helps give a scale to the massive enormity of the main ship itself. If we move to the back, then you can start to see kind of the engines back here. So how did this part come together for you?
It was a pain. Holding up the back motors was a joy. There's a huge structure inside there that we have, but it's only the small motors are only held up with 4 pins. The big motors only have 1 Technic rod through the middle of them, so we had to figure out how to balance them and how to make it supported to where they can live there and not fall off, but then also make them so they can come apart, so when we travel, it doesn't all fall apart. So yeah, it was interesting getting it all together and trying to figure out like the physics and the science of just and the engineering of just getting it to work. So. Yeah.
And for people who want to see this ship in person, at this point it is on permanent display here at HHH Brick Depot, correct?
Correct, yeah. It'll live here until the store doesn't want to hear anymore. So, yeah, because it's my wife told me I'm not allowed to bring it back to the basement, so it's going to live here.
I love that. So for anyone in the Cincinnati area, definitely come into the store. Obviously, the store has tons of amazing Lego products you can check out, but you can also see this 9-foot-long incredible Star Wars spaceship. But that's not the only thing you have in the store. You actually have a few other builds I wanted to talk about here as well. So tell us what's in this cabinet.
Yeah, once we got done building the big ship, we were like, let's do something different. We had some of the Star Wars helmets. All of these are brick... rebrickable designs that other people came up with and did, but we wanted to have some more large things to display and show. So we started building some big Star Wars characters. My son and I are really big into Star Wars, and we just like having a bunch of fun stuff around the house. So we brought them up here to help display, because it's more fun to show it to people than just leave it in the basement.
What are some of your favorite details on these different figures you've put together and kind of building at this unique scale?
We loved putting Rex together because it was the whole armor, the whole outfit, everything looked so good together. And then Majestico was one of our favorite characters for the old castle, so making that hat was a whole lot of fun. So, yeah, and we 3D printed a glow-in-the-dark wand for him just because he had a glow-in-the-dark wand, so we had to at least make one.
Absolutely. This is really incredible stuff. Do you ever take your work to any Lego conventions anywhere in the country, or can people find your work online? How does that work?
So actually, I'm a teacher, so we don't really travel much with it. I'm a member of OKI Lug. We do a couple shows a year, so we show there. I'm a new member, actually, so the Errant was the first thing that I ever displayed. And
very impressive for your first display.
Yeah, right? Yeah, that was. Everyone was like, "That's the first thing you've ever built that's big," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's our first big mock." And then we did Brickfest Live this year in Cincinnati for the first time. We had the Errant set up there. Had a good representation, and a lot of people really appreciated it. So yeah, it's always fun to see people who actually know why it's red. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much for taking us through your builds here. It's really cool to see them on display. Fantastic work. Keep it up.
Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, Josh Hanlon here, and today I'm in the private LEGO museum at the LEGO Idea House in Billund, Denmark. This museum takes you through all of the years of LEGO history from the very beginning to today. Today we're taking a look at a very special room here. There's a few different rooms kind of hidden away within the museum. This is the LEGO Star Wars room. So we'll come on in here and you can see all of the decades of LEGO Star Wars represented in this room. As you walk to your right here, you've got kind of the bridge. This is kind of representing the design of a Star Wars ship, and you've got these windows out into space with all of the sets represented there flying around, and then of course the sets in the glass cases here as well. And if we go to the left of that, you've got the planet over here. So you've got some of the kind of far off Star Wars planets represented, and then more sets over here. Then lots more sets in the glass cases, and some more over here with more planets as well. So you've got just kind of a nice variety of all different Star Wars sets from over the years here represented to show the different designs they've done. We'll run through some of these in a little closer detail. You of course have the Death Star there. That's from 2016, so that I believe is the newer Death Star set. You'll notice with a lot of these designs, they're ones that LEGO has done multiple times over the years. So LEGO, of course, is very famous for representing Star Wars designs multiple times over the years and kind of re-releasing sets. You also have Betrayal at Cloud City here from 2018. So this set is one that has kind of a lot of different sections to it and then a ton of minifigures as well. You of course have the Boba Fett there, which the original Cloud City Boba Fett is one of the most sought after Star Wars figures. So it's nice to see kind of a re-release going on there. You got the B-Wing Starfighter here, that's from 2012. So all of these are kind of nicely labeled. You can see a lot of the kind of UCS cards here are used as the kind of museum type design. Then Jabba's Palace over here. So it's not just the large sets that they have built, they have some of the smaller ones too. The massive Super Star Destroyer behind that, the kind of big gray triangle pizza slice there, as some people refer to it. Then you've got a ton of the X-Wings. So I don't think they have the newest X-Wing set on display in this section of the museum yet, but you've got this large UCS model here, and then and this whole middle row, I believe, is every LEGO X-Wing that they have released over the years. So going back to 1999, you can see some of the figure on the left even has the yellow hands and face. So the early Star Wars figures had those yellow arms. And then you've got one of the other UCS versions right here. And then we go to a much smaller one from 2003. This is a little kind of micro fighter idea, which is an idea they've revisited a number of times with the small, tiny fighters. X-Wing fighter here from 2004 that has yellow Luke and then Yoda with his hut. And then a couple of years later, you start to see kind of the flesh tone minifigures with this 2006 X-Wing fighter. Once again, we get a tiny one with the 2011 Advent Calendar X-Wing. It's great to see kind of how they are able to capture and represent an X-Wing in all sorts of different scales using the variety of pieces available to the LEGO designers. Then you've got the 2012 X-Wing Starfighter. And then once again in 2012, you get kind of the X-Wing Starfighter and then the Yavin 4 build there as well. And then here you get kind of the chibi version of it, which is pretty funny in 2014. Then you start to see some of the different color variations, like the Resistance X-Wing fighter from 2016, then Poe's X-Wing from 2015, and then kind of returning to more of a classic look in 2018 there. So it is fun when they have kind of a lot of the variety on display. That you can see that up here. You can see some of the TIE fighters, so going back to 2003 and then 1999 on the very left there. So they kind of represent the timeline on certain sets here to give you an idea of how they've changed over the years. Feel free to leave a comment on which one of these is your favorite and which version you like the best. It's always interesting to see the differences. You've got 2015 with the little small one there, then 2018, and then the big ones back there is 2017 and 2018 as well. This set here we've got just kind of on its own right now, so it looks like they've got some more space that they'll be adding more sets. As we know with Star Wars, there's always more coming out. You've got some Mandalorian and the AT-AT there as well. Down below on the bottom shelves, you start to get some of the more kind of sculptural character builds with R2-D2 and the child Grogu, Baby Yoda there. Then you've got BB-8 and a wonderful little Porg with the screaming face there. Then all the helmets. So this is a line that's been going for quite a while in Star Wars with the different helmet builds, Boba Fett and the Stormtrooper, fighter pilot. Little advent calendar builds in the front from 2011 to 2013, then the Slave 1 back there from 2011, and then bigger Slave 1 builds. Once again, going all the way back to kind of 2003 and then 2000 here at the earliest with that early Slave 1, which that design has always been one of the funnier designs to look back on. You just look at kind of all the studs and the way that that's built, and I think it definitely kind of shows its age, but also has a particular type of charm to it from the early Star Wars sets that's pretty fun as well. Now we can come back over to this corner, and you see the highlight here is the Millennium Falcon models. So down here is the original 2007 UCS Millennium Falcon. Of course, massive at the time. It really just kind of blew every LEGO fan away. The fact that LEGO would do a set of this size at this scale was just incredible. We've gotten so spoiled today with all of the massive sets that LEGO does and with how much they're kind of pushing into the adult audience. But back in 2007, that was certainly not as much the case. So this set was really incredible to a lot of people. And then the new 2017 Millennium Falcon here as well, with another fantastic UCS set, kind of redesigned it and brought it back for fans. So that's been really cool to see, still available today. Up here, you have one of the smaller Millennium Falcons and then another fighter hanging there as well. They use kind of just like, I think it's almost like fishing wire to hang these from the ceiling here, kind of give a sense of action as you walk around. Then these smaller little micro fighters that you have here, these are from 2014, 2017, 2018, kind of representing again that smaller scale. And then the large TIE fighter from 2015. This thing, the wings on this thing are just like massive, very imposing as it's standing here, even next to the giant UCS Millennium Falcon. This thing still looks very large. These areas around the edges are all made of cloth, and you can see it just kind of sets the scene very nicely. As we move back over to what I would call kind of the bridge section of the spaceship, this is just a variety of everything here. So we go back with some of the early Anakin's Pod Racer set from 1999 here. Again, kind of lots of studs. You get those yellow minifigures, what today would be considered a fairly basic build, but this is when LEGO was just bringing out the Star Wars sets in 1999. So, you know, it had to start somewhere, and I think it's really grown into, obviously, one of the most influential and biggest themes for LEGO today. Then you get the little Tatooine mini build there, which just captures microscale so much fun. You can see the little kind of like C-3PO figures, R2-D2 figures just represented with the little studs, just 2-3 pieces to represent a minifig. And so it's always really interesting to see how microscale work is done with LEGO. Here is the Republic gunship from 2013. So this is something that we've had some different versions of over the years as well. Few different minifigures kind of already in the cockpit and turrets there. Just a fantastic looking set. If we go back up above here, you once again see some very small kind of micro scale building, almost like a forced perspective idea as you're looking out the window, like these are really far off in the distance. Coming back down here to the glass panels, we've got Rey's speeder and the First Order snow speeder there. So these are somewhat newer sets, 2015, from the newer movie trilogy at least. And so LEGO obviously has kind of leaned heavily into all of that and released as many products from those new movies as they could. You see another ship flying here using that same technique of the wiring holding it in place out there in space as you look out from the bridge of the spaceship. Coming back down, we have the Mos Eisley Cantina from 2014. You get the speeder here, which I know is something that we've seen a lot, and of course the various band members as well. The next case over is the Death Star Final Duel from 2015, and then Yoda's Jedi Starfighter from 2015. So very unique with that Yoda set there, not something you see him represented with very often. Another fighter flying out there in space, and then one more flying here on the right side. So those definitely help kind of create a really cool environment as you walk in, because it adds that almost kind of 3D effect when you look out there, and it really seems like there's stuff, you know, out there in space, and it's not just kind of the things on display in the cases around you. A few more sets around here. We've got this Naboo Starfighter, one of the more unique Star Wars sets to come out from 2002, so one of the early ones, has those fantastic chrome elements, and this has always been one of my favorite of the Lego Star Wars UCS sets, because it has those chrome elements and just really stands out from a lot of the other sets they've done with the theme. Then in 2017, you had these construction type figures, so this kind of harkens back to a Bionicle type idea with some of these figures. I know there was a lot of mixed reaction with these from the AFOL community. I do remember seeing a few builds at LEGO conventions where people use these for much larger scale Star Wars builds. Very different approach with that. And then the Y-Wing Starfighter from 2017 here as well. So that kind of takes you through pretty much everything in the special Star Wars room here. The museum shows lots of stuff as you walk around. There's lots of different exhibits on city and kind of every imaginable LEGO theme. But this specific room I think is laid out really nicely, and just for LEGO Star Wars fans is a really great kind of homage to the theme and everything that LEGO Star Wars has done over the years. Thanks for joining us.